Thank you very much for being here this afternoon. This afternoon's public hearing is being held by the Committee on Transportation, Tourism, Customs, Utilities, Federal and Foreign Affairs. It is now 2:03 p.m. Today we will hear testimony on Bill number 74-38 CRR, sponsored by Senators Tina Rose Muña Barnes, William Parkinson, Shawn Gumataotao, Joe S. and Agustin, an act to add a new subsection 8125 to Article 1, to add a new section C to Article 5, to amend sections 8502C, 2, and sections 8505B3 to Article 5, and repeal section 8506 of Article 5. All of Chapter 8, Title 12, Guam Code Annotated, relative to net metering and the operations of the Guam Power Authority, as well as the following appointments for Mr. Ho Es-un as a member of the Board of Directors of the Guam Visitors Bureau, and Mr. Mark B.C. MENDIOLA and Ms. Conchita S.N. TAITANO as members of the Board of Directors of the Port Authority of Guam, in that order. At this time, I would like to welcome my colleagues who are joining us this afternoon. Start with my co-vice chairs, Senator Chris Duenas, Senator Shelley Calvo, my co-chair as well, Senator Taitagui, Senator Gumataotao, Senator Muña Barnes, Senator Lahi, Senator Barnett, Senator Salas Batanani, Vice Speaker Ada. And with that, before we begin, I would like to remind everyone of the in attendance of the Asaturan Guahan's General Rules of Conduct. Individuals testifying shall first be recognized by the chairperson before speaking and shall state their full name for the record. Questions and testimony shall be confined to the substance or nature of today's agenda. Personal inferences to character or motive of any senator or individual testifying is not permitted. Pursuant to Section 1107 of the 38th Guam Legislature Standing Rules, a chairperson may order the removal from a hearing of the committee or subcommittee of any person who is not a member of the Asaturan Guahan and who fails to observe proper decorum. Any violation of this general rule of conduct will result in immediate removal from this public hearing room. With that being said, we will now proceed to hear testimony on Bill 74-38 CRR, and I will defer to the bill's sponsor for her opening statement, Senator Barnes. Tina Barnes.
Muña Barnes, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for hearing this bill, which I hope would strengthen our net metering program. This bill, 74-38 COR, was brought to my attention by a concerned constituent, someone who, like many in our community, has invested in renewable energy. And since its introduction, I have heard from many solar energy advocates stating their concerns in this bill. I appreciate their look into this proposal. As a strong advocate, Mr. Chair, for affordable housing, solar energy, and a secure, reliable power network, it's important that we modernize our energy policies to encourage solar adoption while also ensuring a fair and transparent system for all our ratepayers, both solar users and those who continue to rely on the Guam Power Authority grid. This bill achieves that balance, Mr. Chair, by one, requiring greater transparency in GPA's cost reporting, two, ensuring timely connections for residential solar systems, and establishing a clear and fair compensation model based on actual field costs. And for me, this is not just about energy rates. Mr. Chair, it's about empowering our people to take hold of their energy use and secure Guam's energy future. It's about this lawmaking body finding every way to lower our cost of living and certainly to any homeowner. We know that our biggest housing expenses are our mortgages and our power bills. It's about fairness to adopt a solar energy policy that compensates our residential homeowners for every kilowatt GPA used from them. And it's about transparency to ensure GPA regularly informs the people about its cost to deliver power to you and how it uses the rate to establish this credit program with residential solar power producers. I hope that we continue this dialogue to strengthen our energy policies, and I urge my colleagues to stand with me in supporting this measure so that we can build a Guam to be more energy resilient for generations to come. And I yield back to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for letting me open.
Thank you, Senator Muña Barnes. As I call your name, if you want to provide oral testimony, please step up to the desk here. Mayor Paz Perez, John Benavente, Fred Hurecki, Marianne Wolasuk, John Kim, P. Tobiasen, and Simon Sanchez. Is Mr. Tobiasen outside? I heard here. Oh, Mr. Tobiasen? Oh, are you going to? Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. Mayor Paz Perez? Anybody else? Okay, we're going to start from left to right. Again, please state your name again. Please state your name and speak closely to the mic. We'll start from left to right, okay?
My name is Marianne Wallace-Chuck. I'm the legal counsel for the Guam Power Authority, and I'm here in support of the position taken by GPA and the Guam PUC.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Shawn, General Manager of Guam Power Authority, and I do have a written testimony, and my apologies, but the copies are on the way. They should be here very shortly of the testimony. I can go through it. I can do the testimony now. Great. Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, Senators. Thank you for this opportunity to testify on Bill 74-38 Core relative to net metering and the operations of the Guam Power Authority. Key points of my analysis of the proposed legislation are as follows. The net metering program, as we call it, NEM, impacts energy rates and should be left with the Guam Public Utilities Commission, the final authority on Guam's energy rates. The current NEM program forces non-NEM metering customers to subsidize the program at over $6 million annually today. This inequitable impact will grow into the tens of millions of dollars for non-net metering customers if the current program is not curtailed or modified to limit the subsidy from other customers. GPA submitted a docket concerning this issue to the PUC, and it's actually on their agenda for consideration. The proposed legislation will further burden non-net metering customers today. There are 2,701 active NEM customers with 37 megawatts of capacity, and 50,000 non-NEM customers who are likely not able or ever be able to avail themselves of this subsidy program. The current net metering program created disparity between customer groups. This proposed legislation forces even greater disparity. I estimate about 60% of the current NEM customers are zero-down solar PV leases, most of who likely have an annual contract escalator of over 3%. I project that despite the subsidy provided, these particular customers will be paying more for energy under their contracts compared to non-net metering customers in the coming years when GP's energy prices dropped due to the reduced cost of energy generation from the new Ukudu power plant and GPA's utility-scale solar contracts. I have the following observations and comments regarding the proposed bill. The NEM program operates as an inequitable subsidy. The program credits NEM customers who are owners or lessees of private solar PV panels on their homes or buildings at retail rates for electricity that they add to the island grid. The NEM customers generate electricity during peak daylight hours, the same time of the day when GPA has substantial generation capacity with plentiful solar energy during the day. Guam's utility-scale solar farms, together with its other power plants, generate more than enough daytime electricity for customers. At sundown and in the evening, the overall demand for energy is the highest and energy production is the costliest. NEM customers do not add electricity into the grid at sundown or through the early morning hours because they are not generating electricity at that time. Instead, NEM customers pool electricity generated from GPA's power plants and the current utility-scale battery energy storage systems. In addition, because NEM customers are compensated at GPA retail rates, the base rate plus the fuel recovery charge, they avoid paying for the use of the grid. This includes costs associated with the full range of services supplied by the grid, including the cost of maintaining the grid and covering GPA's fixed costs, including debt, cost of the new power plant, which they need for reserve to give them power in the evening, production costs incurred to serve their energy during nighttime. Thus, the NEM metering customers receive a benefit from non-NEM metering customers that is substantially disproportionate to the benefit that it provides. Any changes of the NEM program should provide equity among the NEM and non-NEM customers and reduce and or eliminate the non-NEM customer subsidy of this program. Expansion of the net metering cap. The bill is currently drafted will call for the expansion of the net metering without a cap. This would overturn the PUC's decision to set reasonable caps on net metering and also will replace the PUC with the legislature as the rate setting body. The PUC was originally established because past legislatures haphazardly set utility rates. The current bill will force GPA to subsidize solar PV providers by making non-net metering customers pay for unfunded mandates. The PUC terminated compensation from GPA to net metering customers for annual net excess energy because this process was resulting in further increasing the subsidy program and potentially allowing net metering customers to generate large revenue streams paid out in cash by gaming the system, by overbuilding their system, and receiving revenue from GPA for energy GPA didn't need. Impact on housing affordability. The draft contains a presumption that net metering positively impacts affordable housing. How can a higher mortgage payment over 30 years make a home affordable? The nexus between affordable housing and net metering has not been demonstrated and is not evident. That presumption is probably incorrect and the impact is likely negative. Realtors have learned that the existence of a net metering system on a home is sometimes an impediment to the sale of the home to a new buyer. The existence of such a system increases the cost of the home and makes mortgage costlier. GPA recommends that the home and its appliances, most especially air conditioning units, be as energy efficient as possible, thereby using the least amount of energy, thus reducing their operating costs. GPA's demand-side management programs, which over 20,000 customers have applied for and several $1 million afforded, have provided rebates to assist customers to install such units, thereby making their home operating costs affordable. GPA is aggressively implementing a strategy to reduce energy costs, which will help increase home ownership and or leasing affordability. In addition to the demand-side management rebate program, GPA will commission the new 198 megawatt combined cycle Ukudu power plant and potentially 330 megawatts of utility-scale renewable energy by 2030. The new power plant's operating efficiency will substantially reduce its fuel requirements by over 900,000 barrels a year. That's a huge drop. GPA utility-scale energy contracts enjoy the benefit of lower overall costs and the cap at the annual escalating rate of 1%. Additionally, with this utility-scale renewable contracts, GPA will reach 30% of its renewable portfolio standard, RPS, by 2028, and potentially 50% by 2030 should the remaining 198 megawatts of its Phase 4 renewable energy BEAT contracts be awarded. This would exceed the legislative RPS mandate of 50% by 2035. It will be completed by 2030. So GPA and the PUC and the CCU has been aggressively working towards more and more renewable, and most especially hitting the 50% renewable rate. I do have a chart there that shows the different programs that we're working on, and again, today we have 16% renewable as our portfolio. The award that made in February of February 28 this year is for 132 megawatts in the down in the Cross Island Road area, and that will be on the line in 2028. That will bring our portfolio by February 2028 by up to 30%. Interconnection requirements. I object to the requirement in the bill that GPA connect residential solar system within 30 days. It is completely inappropriate for the legislature to be involved in the setting of such operation requirement. GPA has the responsibility that systems are installed correctly, seamlessly, and safely for the protection of all customers, including the solar PV owner and everyone affected by this new solar installation. Placing this constraint is not appropriate and presume GPA is the cause of delays for private solar PV and installation. There are requirements for customers to put on before they can hook up to the grid, and that could be the cause for those that are, if you will, noting that it's taking longer than 30 days. Cap on net metering production. The legislative removal of a cap on the number of solar customers will violate, again, PUC regulations and orders. From the inception of the renewable energy and NEM programs, the PUC has issued protocols and orders which specifically set limits about net metering production, the most recent being roughly 26 megawatt. This legislative attempt to countermand levels set by the existing PUC orders will interfere again with the independence of the PUC and violate bond covenants, as PUC would note. The basis for rate of compensation. The legislature has no authority to determine how the rate of compensation for net metering would be determined. That is, the average cost per kilowatt hour of fuel. Under 12 GCA 8505, governing the net metering billing period, it is the PUC that determines the basis for the rate of compensation, removing PUC authority to set compensation without interfering with the independence of the PUC and violate bond covenants. The rate of net metering compensation. Presently, PUC is solely responsible under law for setting the rate of net metering compensation and rates for all customers. Removal of this authority to the legislature will directly involve the legislature in rate making, and such a provision will interfere with the independence of the PUC again and violate the bond covenants, which would have disastrous consequences for GPA ratepayers. I have read the PUC's testimony in this bill and support their conclusions. So my conclusions and recommendation is the draft legislation is problematic. The Guam Power Authority, as Guam's sole provider of electric generation, transmission, and distribution services, notes that the preamble to the bill states that the legislature wants to ensure the availability of affordable utilities to all ratepayers and equitable treatment for all customers. Any changes to the net metering legislation to take this goal into account to ensure a fair and equitable system. As noted above, GPA believes the bill is not congruent with the preamble and should allow the PUC to address appropriately the concerns this proposed legislation purportedly mitigates. So once again, Mr. Chairman, thank you for the opportunity to provide testimony on Bill 74-38.
Thank you, Mr. Bidaventi. Senator Sanchez.
If I may, Senator, can I
Sure.
allow the
Sure.
PUC to testify
Sure.
first, and then I'd be happy to testify afterwards.
Attorney Hideki, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Lujan and senators of the 38th Guam Legislature. My name is Fred Hideki. I've been an administrative law judge for the Guam Public Utilities Commission and worked in other capacities for 17 years. I'm presenting the testimony today on behalf of our chairman, Jeffrey Johnson. From the outset, I have to be straight with you. This is very bad, poor legislation. It violates existing Guam law. It violates the independence of the PUC under the Organic Act. And it also could probably lead to a default of the bond covenants. So the PUC strongly objects to this bill. The bill will completely remove the PUC from the net metering process. If you look at the bill, or the existing law, I'm sorry, the existing law in two places mentions the PUC, and it makes the PUC responsible for setting net metering rates and compensation. That's the amount that net metering customers receive for excess energy that they provide. But this bill deletes the PUC. It actually takes it out and removes the PUC from any role in the net metering process. Now, I have to tell you that the PUC created the net metering program. It was the legislature in 2004 that entrusted the PUC with making the rules and regulations governing the net metering program. And the PUC promulgated those rules in 2008. In addition, the PUC set rules for interconnection from the net metering customer to GPA. And the PUC has been providing an oversight role now since 2008. I attached to the chairman's testimony a compendium of dockets that the PUC has been involved in regulating net metering. There have been efforts by GPA to change the net metering rate. There have been other questions about what the compensation should be. There have been efforts by GPA, for example, to require net metering customers to have energy storage systems. But you'll see if you read that compendium, it hasn't just been a one-time thing. The PUC created this program, but now this public law would simply remove it completely and substitute the legislature as the PUC. Is that really what we want? And if you want that, you could question, well, why have a PUC at all? So in terms of some of the specific objections that we have, it takes away the rulemaking and rate-setting authority of the Commission. The Commission created the rules and, as I mentioned, has conducted many dockets on the net metering program. This bill destroys the current regulatory framework which the legislature created since 2004. And as I mentioned, it deletes the PUC from legislation. The current law invests total authority in the PUC to set rates, all rates, for the Guam Power Authority, and that includes net metering rates. GPA right now and NPUC have an existing docket, docket 2403. And in that docket, we're actually examining many of these questions that come up in this bill. What should be the rate or compensation for net metering customers? How many net metering customers should there be? Issues like that. So in other words, if you pass this law, you essentially void our proceeding, take away the power of the PUC to address these issues. We have for many years pointed out to the Commission, I know those of you who have been here in the legislature have certainly heard me before talking about the bond covenants. Well, this is not an issue that should be lightly taken. When GPA issues bonds, they have to have agreements with the bondholders to protect the issuance of the bonds. And they do. They have the bond covenants, where the bondholders set forth certain requirements that the government of Guam must observe. And one of them is that the government and legislature agreed that while the bonds are in effect, that the government and the legislature would not take any steps at all to impair the duties, powers, obligations of the Public Utilities Commission. That's a bond covenant. And I don't want to go into a complete history, but there's a legal opinion of Mr. Bill Blair attached to the chairman's testimony, which points out that if the legislature takes away the powers of the PUC, it can be a default on the bond covenants. And I truly believe in this case, doing something so serious as taking the PUC rate-making authority at all away would be a violation of the bond covenants. As I also said, existing law, and this is laws that the legislature passed, completely vests power over rates with the PUC. That's over the last 20, 30 years. This bill would destroy that. The bill also removes the cap on the number of net metering customers. The PUC already had a docket 19-04 in 2019 where it did actually set a cap. The cap originally in 2008 was 1,000 customers. After there were 1,000 net metering customers, the PUC agreed to again review the cap. In docket 1904, GPA was asking to reduce the compensation of net metering customers. And actually, the PUC denied that, but it did look at the cap, and it changed the cap. It changed the cap to no more than 26 megawatts of power could be produced by net metering customers. And that's something that all states do in the US. Hawaii, California, they've all limited the amount of net metering customers because unlimited net metering can produce severe impacts and demands upon the power system. But this is not something unusual. The PUC has done that because that's within their power. But then again, the legislature, if it adopts a complete removal of any caps, that is a very serious consequence waiting to happen. And it definitely takes away again the powers of the PUC. The cap that the PUC set, by the way, has now been exceeded. So again, that issue of the cap is being examined in docket 2403 at present time. Now, the bill, I want to point out a couple of facts about it. The sponsors may think this bill is great for net metering customers, but you know what it actually does? It reduces the compensation that net metering customers receive. Right now in the law guarantees what we call retail rate, 100%, which means that if a customer produces a certain amount of kilowatt hours, the customer receives the same price for that kilowatt hour as GPA would charge to the customer. Right now, that's around 30 cents per kilowatt hour. That includes 20 cents for fuel, roughly 10 cents for the base rate. But this bill would reduce the compensation down to 20 cents for the net metering customers. Now, I think, I would think a lot of net metering customers won't like this bill, and the companies that provide net metering won't like it. Now, that's simply not a step that the legislature should take. The PUC examines those rates and may at some point change them, but to date it has not. To date it has maintained the 100% retail rate, and that's after probably at least 3 attempts by the GPA to change the rate, to lower it. The PUC has been very protective of solar customers and the solar industry. As I pointed out, many other jurisdictions have limited the cap on net metering production. Another problem with the existing bill, you know, there's an issue about net metering customers that lease their systems. In other words, they don't pay for them up front, they lease them. And if you reduce the rate here in the bill to fuel cost, that's what the bill does. It says instead of full retail rate, we're going to reduce the rate down to fuel cost. So they would take the average GPA fuel cost for the last year and make that the rate. And that's going to be a lot less compensation than they get now. Even if one were to do that, there's an issue about the existing lease customers. They're locked into 25-year leases, and they have set rates. But if you just suddenly take the floor out from under them and provide a lower rate, that's going to cause trouble. So I think you want to think very carefully about whether this is the way to go. And I can't say that this would never be done, that the compensation rate won't be reduced. But if it is, we have to carefully consider things like, how about the existing customers? Should there be grandfathered customers? And that's something the PUC has been looking at for years on these issues. As Mr. Benavente pointed out, the bill attempts to set a requirement that GPA connect residential solar generation systems to the main power grid within 30 days of receiving a completed application. I really think the legislature probably should not want to get into the area of kind of setting deadlines and time limits for standard routine work that a utility does. And the problem here is that solar systems vary. I mean, you have residential systems of 5 kilowatts, 25 kilowatts. You have commercial systems of up to 500. Now, they take different amounts of time to complete the application, but you shouldn't think about a time deadline. What we have to consider is safety, the safety of GPA employees and the safety of the systems that are being connected. As I said, the PUC has been responsible for interconnection since 2008. In the intent section, the bill claims that there is a connection between net metering and affordable housing. It sounds nice, but you know, when I try to figure it out and understand how would that work? If a house has a net metering system on it when it's purchased, it costs more already. It costs $30,000 more. If the customer does a lease system on the house, then the customer has to pay over 25 years monthly amounts. But how does that make the house more affordable? I just don't really see the connection between the two. And the idea that somehow everyone should be able to have a net metering system, well, no jurisdictions have looked at it in that view. And that will certainly cause reliability problems, possible outages, but this all has to be done very carefully. And that's why you need the PUC and its consultants to examine these issues. The final point is, from a financial point of view, the utility scale net metering that Mr. Benavente talked about is actually much more cost effective than net metering. Net metering, even today, I think it was mentioned maybe somewhere around 34, 36 megawatts. Just recently, after getting approval from the Public Utilities Commission, GPA can enter into its solar contract with KEPCO for 132 megawatts. And the utility scale power is actually much cheaper than net metering power. Under net metering, as I mentioned, under this bill, it would be 20 cents per kilowatt hour. Under present law, it's about 30 cents that GPA pays to the net metering customer. But the utility scale, which can be done on a much larger scale, is roughly 14 cents per kilowatt hour without a battery and 17 cents with a battery. So really, when you talk about long-term finances and the best way to put renewable energy into the system, it's to go with utility scale. So if these changes are implemented, they should be done by the PUC and not the legislature. The PUC thinks this is bad policy and undesirable policy that's contrary to law and violates the Organic Act and bond covenants. I appreciate your bearing with me for this long testimony. If you have other questions, in the testimony submitted, there's an executive summary at the beginning, but there's another detailed testimony about each of the points in this bill if you need further information. So,
Thank you, Attorney Hireki. Senator Sanchez.
Thank you, Chairman Lujan, and for allowing us to testify today. I'm here to oppose the passage of this bill. Oppose the passage of this bill. I'm sorry. In 1985, the PUC was created because the father of a current senator was very involved in the energy policy, but he refused to allow rate increases to occur, valid rate increases to occur, that would help the People's Public Power Company pay the bills and improve to provide the energy the people need at the lowest cost possible. And Governor Ricky Berdallo appointed the first members, and I was honored to be one of the first members of the PUC. And I served on the PUC for 9 years, and then foolishly decided I want to serve on an elected board and go to John Beneventi's side and try to see if we could improve services, energy services for people at the lowest possible cost. You're looking at 17 years, 40 years, and 31 years of experience in the balancing act of providing reliable energy, plus water, right, but for today's energy, reliable energy at the lowest possible cost. As Fred described, sometimes the PUC agrees with us, and sometimes they don't. But they have the independence to make that decision because, like we all know, sometimes when you're elected, you do things for special interest groups, you introduce a bill for a constituent. That's not new, right? And yet we may not always have the subject matter expertise that we need to make the best judgment. And when you created it, so when the PUC was created because GPA couldn't raise rates, so it defaulted on a bond. Just as John and Fred have described, not only, it wasn't a technical default, we missed payments because we weren't allowed to raise rates. So we went to our favorite uncle, the US Congress, and we said, can you bail us out, pay our $36 million loan off? And, let's see, Mr. Wanpat got them to give us the $36 million. We paid off the loan, but there was a condition from the Congress. Get the legislature out of rate setting because they created this default and create an independent PUC. And that independent PUC was created in 1985, so that's over 40 years of, almost 40 years of PUC independence and experience, right? And Governor Ricky Berdallo appointed me and some other great citizens, ratepayers, to sit on that independent PUC. So when Mr. Jarecki talks about protecting the independence of the PUC, it was recognizing that we politicos, we the ones that are elected, by our people, sometimes don't balance the interests very well because maybe the Democrats want to have more influence sometimes, and maybe the Republicans have more interests sometimes. But the independent PUC and in their Enabling Act is simply trying to balance the interests. It's non-political, right? They're appointed and confirmed by this body, right? So you have a say in that. But their job is to remain independent so that when GPA or GWA walk in there and say, we want a rate increase, first they can hire subject matter experts to help them, and then they decide, did we justify it or not? Sometimes they agree with us, sometimes they say hold off, but that process of an independent PUC with access to subject matter expertise, with no requirement to agree with the utilities, that process has successfully existed, if my math is right, for almost 40 years. And in the bond covenants that this body has passed, the ability to borrow, you have put in the bond covenants the law authorizing the borrowing that says you would not restrict the powers of the independent PUC because everybody, well, not everybody, older people, remember exactly what happened when the legislature set rates instead of an independent PUC. When the legislature set rates, there was a default, and we needed a bailout from the Congress. And as we know, there ain't no bailouts coming from this Congress and this president, right? But the Congress said, okay, Mr. Wanpat convinced them, we'll bail you out. But all due respect, get the legislature out of rate setting. They're not subject matter experts. They can't access subject matter experts. They can change significantly every 2 years. And the final proof of the pudding is when they set rates, GPA defaulted. So that's why the independent PUC was created. And a Democratic governor appointed a young Republican with some opposition to sit on the PUC because he didn't care what my politics was. He just said, hey, you seem bright, try not to mess it up, and he put me on the PUC. So my background in rate setting and rate setting policy, went for 9 years. And then our dear friend Speaker Mark Forbes created a law that said the better way to run the Guam Power Authority is to let the ratepayers run it and let the ratepayers elect their representatives to sit on the board and create a new board called the CCU, Consolidated Commission on Utilities. Let's create them, and let's let the ratepayers pick their representatives to sit on the board to make sure GPA serves the interests of the ratepayers by providing reliable energy at the lowest cost. And Speaker Forbes, the CCU is now in its how long have I been there? 26th year, right? And despite a couple attempts to repeal it, this body has stand firm in saying, you know what, the elected CCU was better than an appointed board was. And you all know the stories. Appointed boards, when the governor calls you and says, hey, my friend is having trouble paying the bill and can you delay? Appointed boards do that. Elected boards, we have to say no because there's other people that we represent everybody, right? And when I got on the CCU, it wasn't a do not disconnect list. It was do not collect very fast list, right? And the list had some very distinguished people on it and average citizens, and you could see the political influence on who got disconnected and who didn't get disconnected. But when the elected CCU took over, John B. and us, we looked at each other and said, that's got to end. That's not fair to all the ratepayers. And so, John and Fred have gotten into the facts very well, but that's why it's important to keep the PUC independent. It's around 40 years, which means it's worked pretty well. And this bill would eliminate the independence of the PUC. One of my favorite jokes with all of you is, don't worry about power and water, just work on world peace, right? I know how difficult it is to sit where you sit, because I've had the honor of being elected by the people to sit where you sit. But as John pointed out, the current net metering policy overpays for solar energy at the expense of the ratepayers. Our utility scale solar farms can make power at 19, 20 cents a kilowatt hour, John, something in that range, right? Okay. But right now when we pay a rooftop solar customer, we pay them the LEAC plus the base rate, so we're paying 30 cents a kilowatt hour, even though we can make it for 19 cents a kilowatt hour. And that's the subsidy that's going to rooftop solar customers, and that has always gone to rooftop solar customers. We have 2,700 on the grid. They make 35 megs, so we've never opposed the working together with rooftop solar. It's a resource. But we've always been concerned that we're overpaying for it. Let it ride, we're trying to get the industry to grow. But rooftop solar is also mature now. And as I'll show in my testimony, you'll see that the overwhelming policy decision of independent regulators is the recognition that there is a cross-subsidy going on from non-solar customers, non-ratepayer solar customers, to solar ratepayers that have it on their roof. And when you do the math, we have 53,000 customers, and just a little under 3,000 of them have solar. So 94% of our ratepayers don't have solar arrays on their roof. The only solar energy savings they get is from the Guam Power Authority and the MENDIOLA solar farm, the Talafofo solar farm, and John is already awarding even more solar. It is the blending of utility scale solar with conventional generation that gives you reliable power at the lowest cost. You notice the LEAC went down in February about 14, and your total bill went down about 14%? Well, we're going to petition these guys in August to drop it about another 14% because Ukudu's coming online. John talked about how we've reduced 900,000 barrels a year with where we are now. When we get to Ukudu, and that's from Ukudu, when we implement the rest of his solar policy, another 900,000 barrels come off. The power bill will go even lower. So Ukudu is going to lower it 14% in August, and later, as these solar farms are built, we only pay them 18 cents a kilowatt hour for the new utility scale solar farms. We don't pay 30 cents a kilowatt hour for rooftop solar. We pay 18 cents a kilowatt hour. And we've always said, boy, rooftop solar is a lot more expensive for GPA ratepayers than utility scale solar, which is why we're adding so much more utility scale. $6 million a year, think about that. That's $60 million a year over the next decade, and it's probably gonna grow, right? That 94% of the ratepayers of Guam are overpaying for solar to the benefit of 6% of the ratepayers who have put solar on their rooftop, right? That is our concern. And then when you remove the independent PUC, who has the power to say, well, you know, maybe it's this and maybe it's that, and maybe we'll phase it in, maybe we'll grandfather the existing solar, rooftop solar customers because they've already invested, and maybe gradually decline it. But ultimately, we've got to get the cost that GPA ratepayers pay for rooftop solar as low as we can get it, but we'll never get it to 18, 19 cents a kilowatt hour, which is what the future solar farms and the existing solar farms, when you blend them all together, that's what we're going to pay for solar from utility scale, right? So okay, I got that one. I think you should have in your packet, I think I got this right, okay, a number of articles that I provided to you. It should say, like, there's one that says, California utilities are not out to kill rooftop solar. Did you all get a copy of that one? Okay. And then there's one that says, solar industry utilities, ratepayers, advocates clash over California net energy meeting proposal. Part of what you're witnessing today, and we'll hear after we leave, is the clash, right? This issue's been beat up for a long time, right? Incentivize solar, but the one thing, if you were to talk to the experts, and both John and Fred alluded to that, they will tell you that it's not fair for some people to receive benefits from other ratepayers. It's not fair for the 94% of the ratepayers to pay a little more for their power so that 6% of the ratepayers pay less than their power. It's hard enough to pay your own power bill. Why are we asking 94% of the ratepayers to pay somebody else's power bill? If you take a look at the article, California utilities are not out to kill rooftop solar, written in 2022. This is about kind of what Fred was talking about. The reason for the CP, and I highlighted, asterisk, a couple of key points. The reason for the California PUC review is that the regulators, the PUC, recognize that NEM, net metering, subsidizes customers with rooftop solar and shifts those costs to customers without solar, not California's, not the utility. The utilities have little to gain financially from correcting the cost shift because we're allowed to recover those costs and pass it on to the ratepayer. NEM produces subsidies for residential customers with rooftop solars in many states. But in California, the subsidy is on steroids. And California already started to change it. We haven't changed it. It's still full retail. On page 2 of this article, NEM effectively pays residential customers with solar the full retail energy price for all the energy they produce, including the portion that they consume. This allows them to avoid paying some of their utilities' fixed costs. You know, on a beautiful day like today, a rooftop's creating a lot of energy, right? And we're receiving it and we're distributing it, and it is helping us save money. But at night, they need GPA to give them back that energy. And in order to do that, GPA has to have generators, it has to have people, it has to have a grid, and the generators or the grid are paid by a loan, a bond, and the debt service thereof is passed on to ratepayers. The current rooftop solar folks, because they're fully reimbursed at the retail rate, they get all of that for free. The other 94% pay for all those expenses, and the 6% don't. The other thing, and this is, I think, most sensitive for all of you, Guam is a low-income community, or those on fixed incomes, those on low income, they're really struggling. But this article points out that the resulting lost utility revenues then get shifted to residential customers without solar, right? The subsidy to rooftop solar customers gets shifted to the ratepayers without solar. Because customers with solar are generally, not all, but generally more affluent than those without solar. The cost shift is particularly inequitable. The poor end up subsidizing their more affluent neighbors. This is well documented in the numerous studies conducted for the California PUC and other respected organizations. The poorest of our ratepayers carry the greater burden of the 94% because their income is low. And I know no one in this room, our dear friend the sponsor, no one in this room ever intended to create a problem that made it even worse for the poorest, the low-income families that are ratepayers of the Guam Power Authority. It's unfair. It talks about existing customers should be grandfathered under this new NEM that California came up that applied when they installed solar, regardless of the cost shift. So what PUCs and utilities have done is said, okay, we're going to lower the price, but because some of you have put a solar array on your house 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you're still paying it off. All right, we gotta help you a little bit. We're going to graduate it down. But I've done some numbers over my many years of experience, and with full net metering and the cost of a solar array for that typical person, they get their money back in 7 to 10 years for a system that's going to last 25 years. Why are we paying for something in 7 to 10 years that will last 25 years? We don't do that with our mortgages. right? We match the useful life of the asset, in this case rooftop solar, with our ability to pay, and we spread it out. So even if we change net metering and reduce it, I know we're gonna talk to John about, hey, what about, look what California and others did. Look what they did. And then we're gonna run over the PUC, and what do you guys think about this? That if we make a change, given the fact that some have already invested, maybe we gotta slow it down a little bit, or slow down the decrease in the solar subsidy, because some people have already invested, right? And they were expecting full retail, but now they're gonna get less than full retail. And finally, further on this page, I highlighted just this paragraph by the Edison Foundation, and then when you get to the third page, I underlined, this raises the question of how much California should be incentivizing rooftop solar. The relevant economic trade-off is a comparison of the high cost of residential solar with the lower cost of utility scale solar. We're paying 30 cents right now for rooftop solar, but we can build utility scale solar that serves 94% of our ratepayers. You know, most of our ratepayers can't put a $30,000, $40,000, $50,000 solar array in their roof, even if they amortize it over 25 years. And you've all heard the disasters when some of these rooftop solar companies sign you to a 20, 25-year contract, and issues come up. Oh, I can't fix it, I can't. And when people ask me, I said, if you're gonna go into rooftop solar, buy it yourself. That's the cheapest way. All right, and you're nodding your head, you get it, all right? California leads the nation in producing solar energy, but even today, residential solar accounts for less than 10% of the state's total solar energy production. So our peak is 250, 260 megs. We have 26 megs of rooftop solar, 36? We have 37 megs of rooftop solar. So right now, on a beautiful day, we're getting 37 megs of rooftop solar into the grid, saving us money. And we'll pay for those savings, but we don't want to overpay. Because at the end of the day, rooftop solar only saves us fuel, right? Doesn't save us generation costs, because tonight, when that rooftop solar owner says, hey, I need power at night, we got to have a generator, and the debt service, and the grid, and the people, right? And that's what John and Fred are describing, and I'm trying to kind of put it in the perspective of what is happening to all of our ratepayers, and most importantly, how it's adversely affecting the poorest of our ratepayers. New residential solar should directly compete on a cost basis with other zero-emission options, including but not limited to community solar and utility scale solar. And utility scale solar is much cheaper than the retail price we're paying rooftop solar folks. If you can take a look at, this one. The one that says solar industry utilities ratepayers clash. You're witnessing the clash today, right? Welcome to the battle. This article talks about utilities, the solar industry, environmental groups, and ratepayers, advocates in California remain deeply divided. Now, this was done in 2022. At the end of the day, the California PUC said, we're lowering the reimbursement rate, okay? So after all this clashing, they lowered the rate anyway, because they felt what was better for the ratepayers is not to have those without solar overpay for solar and cross-subsidize those with solar. While the solar industry supports transitioning to a set of net energy metering export values that are far lower than current ones, making that change too quickly will do too much damage. So that's the glide path. That's saying, hey, if you're going to change it, don't just do it overnight, phase it in. And of course now PG&E, the GPA of California, they told regulators that the clock is ticking because the estimated cost shift from NEM customers to those who don't have rooftop solar will likely exceed $5 billion when the new tariff comes into effect. It was $3 billion when you started this proceeding. let's not delay. So continuing full retail net metering is only going to cost even more to the non-solar ratepayers, including the poorest of the poor. Okay, you can get rid of that one. Let's see, almost there. Existing California solar customers may get blindsided with net metering cuts. You're probably going to hear that kind of, frustration, anger. GPA's blind, GPA's hurting us. And if you go to page 2 of that, I highlighted a couple of paragraphs. There was a fact sheet released, PAO, the California Public Advocate's Office is the PAO, right? So they're independent like the PUC, right? They released a fact sheet, right? Claiming that rooftop solar net metering will increase an $8.6 billion cost, will create an $8.6 billion cost for non-solar customers in the state, and this number is increasing. As a result, it has advised that net energy metering, NEM, the industry started with NEM 1, then it modified it to NEM 2, and there's even a NEM 3. And they're saying, get away from NEM 1. We're still in NEM 1. And through the process that this body created, GPA is going to have to wrestle with the PUC to come up with the best way to go from NEM 1 to NEM 2 that works for Guam. If you look lower, there's another asterisk. The issue at hand is justified based on the cost shift problem. Everyone that has been in solar and in utility and business for a while acknowledges that there is a cost shift from non-solar customers, 94% of our customers, to rooftop solar customers, 6% of our customers. And that electric bill payers that do not have rooftop solar are subsidizing their solar installed neighbors. If you flip to the next page, this cost burden, commonly referred to as a cost shift to non-rooftop solar customers, has risen, has gone up. The subsidy is going to go up from $3.4 billion annually in 21 to $8.5 billion annually in 2024. We're a different scale, but the point is, it's going to go up. The cross-subsidy that we're currently paying is going to go up. It's not going to go down if you keep the cross-subsidy. And it will continue to grow in the coming years. This was the central argument that led to the passage of NEM 3.0. California has graduated to NEM 3.0. We're still at NEM 1. A regulatory structure which transitioned the state from paying lucrative, their words, not mine, lucrative retail rates for solar grid exports. The rooftop owner exports its energy to us. That's what they're talking about. But even this article said it was a lucrative price that they were getting paid instead of avoided costs that are roughly 80% lower. They're saying it's possible to lower if we eliminate the subsidy, it could be actually significantly lower, and that savings GPA can pass on to ratepayers. All right, and then, do you have a little piece of white paper? I think I did them all. That talks about, I get them all? I did that one already, okay. It talks, it's our favorite, right? With social media, you get everybody's comments, right? So this is good. You're going to hear some of those bad power companies are ripping you off, right? But remember, in this case, the bad power company is owned by the ratepayers. So those critics of GPA are sort of looking themselves in the mirror and saying, you're a bad person, right? And because we are publicly owned. And the elected CCU is supposed to represent the interests of the ratepayers to provide energy reliable energy at the lowest cost possible. The independent PUC is to evaluate the requests of the Guam Power Authority, and they get subject matter experts, and then they render their opinion, and it sticks. But the one I highlighted says, why would anyone expect their utility to pay them retail for electricity they generate? It's a losing proposition for any utility, but in this case, we own that utility. So it's saying it's a losing proposition for the People's Power Company. And a losing proposition means a rate increase because we have to pay the bills, right? How do they expect to cover operating costs when there's zero profit? PG&E's NEM 1 and 2, right, we're still in NEM 1, played to the greed in people, and NEM 3 was a correction to the problem. And then the part I really want to highlight, why, when you sell power to the utility, do people think the utility should be forced to pay them more than they pay commercial power generators, more than we pay our partners that build MENDIOLA, right? Why would you expect the utility to pay more for rooftop than it pays for utility scale? Because that price differential gets put into the LEAC and raises the cost of the LEAC. When I first heard that PG&E paid retail prices back to solar customers, this is a commentator, I thought, that's crazy. And indeed, it was, which is why they finally switched to NEM 3, which is more in line with what other utilities are paying. So other states have looked at this problem. We're actually more mature with solar than most because you need sunshine, and Vermont don't have as much sunshine as Guam does, right? But the point of this commentator is it makes no sense to pay 30 cents for solar energy from a rooftop when you can make it your own for 20 cents, and we own the power company, right? So rooftop solar customers are trying to ask their neighbor to overpay for their solar energy. And we've allowed it to happen, but as Fred has alluded to, and John, we're going to revisit this issue so we can move up in the NEM high school from NEM 1 to NEM 2, NEM 3, and the process is great. We're elected, just like you. He comes to us and say, this is how I want to do it, and the elected board says yay, nay, little left, little right, but then we make a decision. Usually we trust, John, we've been with John a long time, I've been with John a long time, and trust his judgment, and we said, okay, let's go to the PUC. And then we run over to the PUC, and Fred, and Chairman Jeff, and Chairman Jeff's been on the PUC, how many years? 15, it's 19. 19. Experts, subject matter experts on the independent PUC, who then hires technical consultants to help them evaluate our case, and then they make the decision. I love the sponsor of this bill. She honestly said, hey, I'm just introducing this idea by a constituent. We don't know who the constituent is. I bet it's a rooftop solar customer. But where's the technical expertise that you, as senators, when you consider this bill, who are you going to listen to? Well, the ones with the most experience with actually dealing with solar energy policy, and my dearest friend, Speaker Ben Pangilinan, helped us craft the renewable energy policy, and we realized that there's a way to do this right. You now are being asked to review some of the impacts of that policy, and Senator Barnes has said, okay, constituent, I'll run it past the body, we'll run it past the public, and all of our proceedings are public. The public's going to get to see our deliberation, and they're going to get to say, oh, that damn Simon Sanchez, I'm not going to vote for him, right? But they get to see it, and then when the PUC looks at it, they have an open, transparent public process, and the public gets a bite of the apple then. And if this bill is passed, we're going to be forced to put on every 53,000 power bills the legislative solar surcharge. We're going to calculate the $6 million a year, turn it into cents per kilowatt hour, and we're going to be transparent with our 50,000 ratepayers that, based on a law passed by the legislature, and should it be lapsed into law, signed into law, the policymakers of our island have said, you're going to have to overpay for rooftop solar, and this is how much you're overpaying. And they're going to see it every month for a long time. I always have this image that twice a month, people open their power and their water bill and they go, that damn Simon Sanchez, right? But you're all into transparency. The people need to know. If this bill is passed, we will calculate the subsidy from rooftop ratepayers, which is 94% of our customers, to rooftop solar customers. And you're going to hear after we leave, oh, those guys are wrong and blah, blah, blah. Okay, but they don't represent the other 94%. They represent the 6%. And, you know, your math's all pretty good. Mine's pretty good, but if something's better for 94% than 6%, if 94% are making it better for 6%, it seems to me we would all say, well, that's not fair. And if we change the policy, 94% get an improved price, and 6%, they get a less price. We're still going to buy their solar. We're just going to pay them less for it, significantly less for it. It'll mean they'll get their return on investment, take more time to get it. They'll get their money back. They'll get their money back instead of 7 years, they'll get their money back in 10 to 11 years. But these solar systems should last 20, 25 years. So you're paying for a house that will last you 20, 25 years. You're paying for it in 11 years. That's what the non-solar ratepayers, that's the burden we are shifting to them. And we'll be forced to put that cost of that shift on the bill so that every month, 50,000 ratepayers will find out, why? Wow. Why am the legislature told me to pay a subsidy? And we would calculate that, right? So other than that, it's a beautiful day for solar, utility scale or rooftop. But I ask the body, I ask each of you senators, that you listen to the testimony of Mr. Jarecki and the independent PUC that's been around 40 years. You listen to the testimony of the expert on Guam, John Beneventi, of energy policy. We've got conventional energy. We've got renewable energy. We just cut your bill 14% in January. And you know why we cut it? And we were finally able to cut it? Because during COVID, when the cost of oil went up, we did not raise the LEAC. And you know why we didn't raise the LEAC? Because we had the financial reserves that come with having an independent PUC and a government-owned, publicly owned utility work together and say, we better put some rainy day funds away, right? And we had the money to front 40, 45, 50, 57? 47 million in fuel costs. We GPA, we the owners on the GPA side said, hey, take some of your reserves. There's COVID out there, it's terrible. All right, we'll take our reserves and we'll buy the fuel. But then we also, later, when COVID ended, we said to ourselves, hey, we better put that college fund back, right? And that's why the LEAC went up, right? But when we finally got the 47 million back, we lowered the LEAC in February by about 14% on the total bill. In August, we're going to petition the PUC, as we do, right? I'm sorry, well, we petitioned them in July, but by August, they make the decisions in February and August. We're going to petition the PUC and said, Ukudu's coming online in September. So 5 of the next 6 months, we have a generator that's going to reduce 900,000 barrels a year of oil. The LEAC is 65% of the bill, right? You got to tackle 65% of the bill if you want a meaningful impact on the power bill. And we're going to tell the PUC, when Ukudu comes online, we're knocking off 1/3, about 30% of the oil we consume will go away because the new Ukudu plant is way more efficient than the Cabras units it's replacing. And it's not going to, the Cabras plants are hanging on by their fingernails and they burp every now and then. And sometimes we have these short-term load shedding. That's going to all go away when Ukudu comes online. And we're going to reduce our oil consumption. Your car's going to get so much more efficient. You're going to go to the gas station fewer. You're going to buy less gas. And if y'all ought to look at your monthly gas bill and compare it to your car payment. I'm sure the gas bill wins, right? But Ukudu allows us to use much less oil, to reduce the LEAC, and it will allow us to pass on to the owners of the Guam Power Authority, the people of Guam, another 14% reduction in their power bill. And then when we implement John Beneventi's recommendation to put another 100 megs, 130 megs on the grid, something like that, the next phase, phase 4, When that comes on the grid, another 900,000 barrels go away. In 2 or 3 years, we're going to go from 3 million barrels a year to 1 million barrels a year. The LEAC, that's 2/3 of the bill, is going to be reduced by 2/3. Oh, we got to buy a new car though. We got to pay ukadu, right? So the base rate will go up for the first time since 2013, which is already 12 years ago. So in 2 or 3 years, it's going to go up. So when it goes up a little bit, but the biggest part of your bill is the gas bill. If you don't attack the gas bill, the oil bill, you're not going to reduce power bills much. So 30% of your bill will go up about 10%. That's 3%. 67% of your bill is going to go down 22%. And when you do the math, the plan that John Beneventi has designed, Ken Flores has designed to implement the laws that were passed in this body from Speaker Ben, Speaker Forbes, it's going to produce the outcome you have always wanted for your people. Make it better. Can we lower the price? And we're in position. You've put us in position to complete the paradigm shift from being 100% dependent on oil.
Thank you. Thank
So
you.
I'm getting okay, that's enough, Simon. And, but I think,
Thank you very much.
I think you get my point.
Thank you very
So
much.
please don't pass the bill.
Thank you very much, Senator. Yeah, so I just want to say again for your testimony, please remain seated while I ask our colleagues here for questions. Colleagues, please, reminder of the 5-minute rule. We'll start off with Senator TAITANO.
Hi.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon to my colleagues, and of course, good afternoon to everyone who's here to testify on this bill. You know, I have to admit, I too had a opportunity to introduce a bill similar to this. We went down this road last term when we were talking about businesses. Actually, this, of course, is non-residential, right? Versus the businesses that we went from, I believe it was 100 up to 500 kilowatts that went up. So, and we allowed that, and I think it was because of the T&D that was associated, the transitions and disbursement, right? That's a tag
And
to
distribution, yeah.
Yeah, distribution. That's tagged to these businesses, correct? When you're allowing businesses to have solar powers on their warehouses and et cetera, right? Okay.
Like Shell, right, in their front yard like that, yeah.
So it went from 100 to 500 kilowatts, correct? So I'm just wondering, what's the difference now if I mean, I know this is like unlimited, and I've looked at other states and jurisdictions on the amount of kilowatts, and actually 25 is quite generous compared to other states and jurisdictions, some at 15, some at 20. I've never seen anyone at 25 except Guam. Mm-hmm. But I do wonder, what is the difference between, you know, non-residential and residential that it was allowed, I mean, you were able to allow that increase?
Senator, for the record, we were against the bill. The legislature passed it from 100 to 500.
Right, but John, it was said earlier that from Fred Harecki that this is something that we can't do as a legislature, that it's against, you know, the PUC's rules and regulations, but yet we were able to do it last year. So can you give me the difference between this one, non-residential versus residential?
I'm not sure where the question is trying to get to, but again, we were against the bill, and the main point is this. In my testimony, I said the subsidy right now is about $6 million, no? The increase went from 100 to 500 kilowatt. That means that a lot more of the entities are bigger commercial entities that are coming on board. Cases in point, there are already even in the government entities. Everyone is going bigger solar and all of that, and we're not against that. What we are against is the subsidy that we continue to go with For example, you could be tens of millions of dollars. This 6 million will grow to tens of millions of dollars. And certainly even now at the 6 million, you're impacting the rates of the customers. You go to tens and $50 million, GPA will have no choice but to file again additional rate increase. So we've been saying this, we started saying this in 2012, saying that it's going to grow. We have to be careful. We're at 6 million now, 2,700 customers, about 200 commercial. That is going to grow now with the 500 that has been approved. And the issue there now is we're also requiring about 250 kilowatts of battery for these 500 customers, no? For this up to 500 kilowatt customers. The reason for that is they all feed into close to transformer grid where the community is. Similar to just put it on in 30 days, we can do that. Because sometimes there's 4, 5, or 6 solar customers or producers within a circuit. We have to change the transformers. If it produces too much energy and doesn't go out, then what happens is your voltage go up. You're going to burn equipment and all of that. So again, that when you start going 400 or 500 kilowatts at a time, the subsidy becomes more and more and more. And why do we need to do that? The question is, why do we have, every time you look at the utility, you say, you have to save, you're spending too much more and everything, but yet we do, our staff and team of Guam Power Authority work real hard to provide savings, and yet we're going to give it away to commercial entities that really are going to get the benefit of everything we do. All the 15% that went down in the LEAC went to everyone. The 15% that's going to come in September is going to go to everyone again. But why do we have to continue to, our goal is to provide affordable energy, lowest possible, on a sustained basis. We can't sustain this with this type of programs still ongoing. So again,
right. I hear you.
Senator, we
I
can
can show you, Senator,
hold on, John.
how many.
Senator, we can sustain this.
I can show you, Senator, how many times we've been to into this committee or into similar legislation. How many times have we said and basically said the same thing? Well, it's showing every time we come in here, the numbers are higher. I used to come in here 2 million, 3 million, 5 million, now 6 million. I hate to come in here and say it's 15 million, which is, it's not far-fetched that it could reach that if it goes out of control anymore. Huh?
I understand. I thought you would say something like the reason why between businesses and non-businesses that in the day these businesses operate, they utilize power, and versus those who are non-residential, who are usually not home. They're at work, so they're not generating enough energy. So the increase from 100 to 500 was justified in that perspective. And I do understand but I know there's still an issue because even in, I think it's Nevada as well as Arizona, where there are different alternative type of payback or just selling of power. It's actually lower than what GPA, not GPA, it's actually lower than their utilities company purchases it or what you purchase it for. I know that you're paying the amount, Simon, how much is that from today's rate that the net metering is paying back when you produce a lot of energy? I mean,
well, thank you, Senator.
You're buying it back. How much is that compared to what sells?
John says the subsidy is about $6 million a year because your instincts are good. Size matters. Commercial accounts are bigger than residential accounts. So their solar arrays are going to be bigger than a rooftop solar. But if we're overpaying for rooftop solar, a large commercial rooftop solar person we're overpaying him, and yet they want to get even bigger because companies are bigger than individuals, right? So that's why we're saying the subsidy has to end, but it has to end through a process, a public process that ends with the final decision of the PUC, and we have to make the case.
I see.
But if there's a subsidy, and you say now, instead of this is the cap on the size of your solar array, and now we're going to make the cap bigger, you can now put an even bigger solar array, you can oversize your solar array on your property, and businesses can do that. We're just making the subsidy get worse. And that's not fair to San Maria, and especially the poorest of the ratepayers.
Okay.
And I know that's not your intention.
No, I know, it's
give you
not.
an
Can I just ask Fred one thing? Fred, you mentioned earlier that you showed us laws, public laws that were brought forth. You said that it can't be done. And again, last year, Public Law 37-71 was implemented to allow that increase from that cap of 100 to 500. So what's the difference in this bill?
Yeah, I can really explain the difference. In that bill, you didn't take away any power from the PUC. Now, setting caps and things like the renewable energy standards, we think the legislature had some discretion. But here, in this law, as opposed to the commercial raising the cap, you didn't take away any PUC powers there. Here, you're directly deleting from the law the power of the PUC to set net metering rates. And you're also removing the power of the PUC to set the cap. Because with net metering, historically, we've set caps, and we've set them in a number of dockets. So those are two specific areas that you're directly revoking the power of the PUC, and that violates the bond covenants.
Thank you for that explanation. I appreciate it. John, please go ahead. I'm sorry, before I lost my train of thought to Fred.
Just a little more clarity in this, Senator. Let's talk about September of this year. We believe we're planning to file that somewhere the energy rate will be about 25 cents a kilowatt hour. All of that 25 cents, the fuel component of that, which is the only thing that we basically avoid when solar from the outside comes in, is going to be about 14 cents. So basically under the net metering, we'll be paying 25 cents for something we could produce at 14. And with that 14, we have to back off. We got to back off the generator that produces energy for 14 to allow us to pay for this 35. So again, this is very important. We have to provide to all, it's one way, it's our way of trying to get lower costs to everyone, no? And so I think net metering is really known as full retail pricing. You could change it to really, what you call it, solar purchase or anything like that, which could be what it is. What do we avoid? What do the customers avoid when we put in, when solar produces that energy? They avoid the fuel component, which is here is 14 cents. They avoid some line losses, which are probably about 1 cent. So you're talking probably around 15 cents. If they can produce it or get that credit, you still make their program viable. It just doesn't mean that they get a return in 7 years. It might be 12 years. But again, if that's their preference, so be it. But our cost of energy is really coming down. That it could go down even more further if we change this law. But most importantly, what I'm afraid of, and as you can see, I'm not short of being passionate about this, is that fact that this thing could run away. It's going to come exponentially, And that being the case, if we continue to allow similar things like this, it will happen that way. And I don't want to be right in that, no?
Thank you, John. I understand grid stability is very important. And of course, you're buying at a rate higher that these non-residentials are these residential homes that are producing. And as I mentioned before, there are several other states that actually go below the cost it takes to produce energy for other homes that don't have solar, or apartment buildings. A lot of apartment buildings don't have solar. So if there is some type of sliding scale that GPA can look at and keeping in tact with the T&D, to ensure that that is met, that extra surcharge for the T&D, as well as that sliding scale. I think that GPA can find a win-win with people who want to go solar, because technically it's not just cost-saving measures, it's a responsibility that we have to do, for our community and living in a safer and more sustainable environment than we're used to by just, constantly using gas in other areas that does not help our environment. So, but that's maybe something that we can talk about, and doing the sliding scale and cost of cell versus and the T&D. So other than that, Mr. Chair, I know my time is about up, so thank you so much for the opportunity, and thank you, gentlemen and ma'am, for being here.
Thank you, Senator Tadigui. Senator Gumataotao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel. And again, like I mentioned in previous testimony, when you have former senators sitting on the panels, it always makes me feel a little bit good. At least I'll learn something a little bit more today.
I'm still elected too, just like you.
Just checking, Simon. But if I can, I know that we have 2,700 net metering customers today. Can I ask what information is available regarding the challenges that these alternative energy generation systems are imposing, if any, upon our island-wide power distribution center?
Senator, as John's the technical guy, there's 2,700 customers, so clearly we can interface. We just want to do it right. We want to do it safely. John knows how to do that, and those SOPs and all that have been developed by good management, right? It's easy to hook up a solar array, and we're not against anybody doing it. 2,700 people have done it. Good for them. But you also know that there's a lot of the 50,000 other customers that will never be able to put a solar array on their roof. They can't afford it. Or God forbid if they sign those if they sign those leases that I think are not in their interest, right?
Tell us how you really feel. I mean, at this point.
Okay, if they sign those leases that are not in their long-term interest, right? They get hurt too, but the overwhelming majority, 94% of our customers, the only solar they're going to get is from Guam Power Authority. We're the largest producer of solar energy right now, and we only pay 18 to 20 cents. But the solar we buy from a rooftop solar customer, we're paying 30 cents. That's not fair to have 6% get a greater benefit and 94% pay that benefit.
No,
how is that fair?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Let me just go ahead. John, any issues? Challenges, maybe.
Challenges with solar, rooftop solars?
Oh, no, I'm just asking in general. Is there any challenges that these systems are imposing on your system?
That the solar rooftops are imposing in the system?
Yes.
Oh.
Of the 2,700 net metering customers, are there any challenges?
Yes, we do have challenges. Cases in point, some areas are 70 or 80% saturated. And, usually the power comes from the grid, from the transmission, then down to the distribution, then it's distributed to the customers. This is coming the other way now. And GPA has no control over how all these solar PVs are running. That's why we try to work out, again, when there's several in the system, our engineers have to look at that. They also maybe have to change the transformer, because if you have 100 kilowatts capacity within that transformer loop, and you only have 50 kilowatt, you're going to burn something. Not only that, you're going to create power in the home. So we have those challenges now, and we're working to try to address most of them. And we're not against putting in more solar. We just have to work with them. There are some concerns that need to be done. Some areas have to put batteries just because of their location. Because right now, there's hardly any of this 35 megawatts that is controlled by batteries or anything to move that energy.
No, thank you. Right. Thank you for your
answer.
This
bill says we got to do it in 30 days. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
That's dangerous.
The other thing is next week, Senator, we have a forum, a power generation forum. We look at renewables. There's a 3-day. Look at all the experts that are there from all the different national labs in the States. They're all talking about how to integrate renewables, because it's not a plug and play. So as we move towards 50% renewable, we're preparing the system to do that today, so that at that point, there'll be an opportunity to again and look towards the 100%. But if we cannot get to 50 with all its intricacy needs, then we're not going to have stable power
Okay.
beyond that.
Okay.
So,
Okay. Let me just move on just a bit. And I know that in recent reports, we were talking about this Hanwha solar PV plant. So recognizing that only 16% of our energy generation consists of renewable energy systems as of FY23, how exactly does the cancellation of the recent this GPA Hanwha deal impact the ability of the Power Authority to continue integrating renewable energy systems?
well, just as before I canceled that one, we signed a contract for 132 megawatts over in Windward Hills. So the 40 was really the main reason we tried to extend that is to comply with US EPA requirement at the time. No?
And save a good rate.
So now I can go back to EPA and say, look, we just put on 132 megawatts, but not only that, Senator, there's still about 198 megawatts being considered today. You got the Core Tech, you got Mojave, you got different, all part of the Phase 4 bid. If we award that, and I've asked the CCU and the PUC to consider award to all of this, if they don't change the price, and two, are able to meet the integration requirements, I'm going to bring it forward for their consideration to award. The award of that will mean that somewhere around 2029, because it takes about 3 years to construct this thing, we'll be at 53% of renewables.
Okay.
So we're heading, we're not hurting in terms of putting it on. We want to get to 50% renewables, because at that point, we would have reduced our total import of oil from the 3 million barrels a year that we consume down to about 1.5, 1.4 million. That's about $150 million a year of exports. 2.5 times multiplier, you're at $500 million that will circulate more in this economy, because the price of energy is going to go down substantially. So the program we're moving forward as the legislature have mandated. And again,
and again, no argument
for
from me, John B. Trust me on that one. But let me just ask one more question, Mr. Chair, if I could. Knowing that your production or the fuel costs represent about 72% of GPA's total expenditures, how exactly can the provisions of 74-38 help the authority, or can it help the authority, to provide safe, reliable power while keeping a good portion of the $355 million that we can collectively spend in fuel costs in our economy instead of exporting that?
Well, are you talking about how does more rooftop solar help us?
Oh, no, I'm just trying to find cost savings here. And I'm just, does it help? Is it not helpful?
Well, I mean, the reason we're doing solar is because we can bring it in at, 17 to 20 cents a kilowatt hour now, right? And that's cheaper than the LEAC. And the LEAC is 2/3 of your bill. So let's attack 2/3 of our bill by blending conventional generation that's more fuel efficient with renewable energy that is much lower than the LEACs we've been paying. And that blending will lower the total cost of the power bill, which I'm sure if there were 15 senators in this room, you'd get 30 votes for. Lower the power bill. But the industry experts and the regulatory experts, who don't just take everything we say, let that process work. It's worked for 40 years. I'm on the CUC in Saipan. Senators, legislators jump in and set rates all the time, and their power system has failed them. It's failed their people. This process, independent PUC, elected CCU, it has served its people. You're trying to fix what's not broken. You may not always like our decisions, but all you got to do is look north and say, which power system would you rather have? And one reason I was brought up there is my classmate, Governor Palacio, said, can you take the ideas that are working here and bring them up north? Because they're in a mess.
No, I appreciate that. And that's all I really had, John B. You don't need to go into much more detail. I just wanted to ask those questions today.
I just want to Yeah, and I'm sorry, I thought about it a little bit more, and one way I wanted to answer you is
A little bit
we
more.
really don't need any more rooftop, if you will. We are at no loss not having any more rooftop in the daytime. Why? We have a lot of capacity in the daytime. We're producing solar energy in the daytime for 11 cents a kilowatt hour. And today we're backing off, we'll be backing off generators, so we could do, which is 14 cents a kilowatt hour to accommodate 25%. So really, the reason why we don't need any more in the daytime, because we have a duck curve. A duck curve means you have to back off, turn off your generators on the line, back up your efficient generators, because they don't generate energy in the evening. You gotta have batteries to generate that, and none, maybe a handful, have batteries on this island. So unless you're really trying to make them have batteries, which is about 6 cents a kilowatt hour to their bill today, and you're still gonna, and it's still gonna be higher than what we could produce it for, it doesn't make sense. Why do we want to continue to do that? At least in my mind, that is. That's all.
All right, thanks, guys. And thank you so much for being here today. Thanks, Fred. Yeah. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thanks.
Thank you, Senator Gumataotao. Senator Terlai.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. I noticed we received some other written testimony in opposition of the bill as well. And even some of these are from the solar users, as you expected. Yeah, and could you just explain again the recent bill or law that we passed, that you were opposed to it? Is that similar to this, that it increases the subsidized use by some?
Yes, it increases the subsidy, but also, again, most of that will just be for commercial entities putting in all of this solar, and they're being subsidized by, remember, in the demographics of the utility, all of the 53,000, there's about 46,000 residential customers, only 5,000 commercial. So who's really subsidizing all of this? No, that's the point.
The residential customers are subsidizing even the business customers.
Especially as the size of their solar array increases.
Yeah.
All right.
The average solar array for the residential customer is about 10 kilowatts, no? But the larger ones are 99, average 64, all of that. So it's, I just have difficulty. And again, just trying to balance the few. And yes, of course, net metering had its purpose in the beginning, no? But I think it's beyond what is necessary. And we don't have to stop solar. As long as we can provide the, solar energy with avoided costs, we're continue to reduce import of oil by them generating solar and being paid that. We're also looking again, how do we allow solar on a cheaper level moving forward? By putting in a centralized energy storage battery. I'm talking about 90 to 180 megawatts. That way we have allowed everyone on the island to not have batteries.
Right.
That way we control the amount of batteries, and then several thousand batteries on the island, and how you're going to get rid of it later. Mm-hmm. By doing this, we can also bring in solar farms that doesn't have such big batteries as we are having today, because that's the only way we can eliminate more and more energy, is catch it in the daytime and use it in the evening. So that's the plan moving forward and stuff. But again, I'm not against having more solar and rooftops. I'm just saying that the payment for that should be less. And I don't mind some subsidy in that. It's just that it's a huge subsidy at this point. That's all I'm concerned about.
All right. Well, I appreciate that very much, because I agree with you. The savings that you are trying to obtained should be passed on to all of the residential consumers who've been subsidizing all of them. I'm also very glad that PUC, GPA, the CCU are here to be very clear, mincing no words, because as you saw last time, you were in opposition of that bill, but that bill passed. And as you saw maybe yesterday, even though GDWA said to us, don't put ADUs over the groundwater unless you have a sewer on those properties, that was ignored as well. So I just think you're going to have to be very, very diligent in watching this, because that's what seems to be happening down here. But thank you.
Senator, if I may, the first renewable portfolio policy was passed by your predecessors, and the author of that bill was Speaker Ben Pangilinan, one of the smartest, best public servants we've ever had. He saw that it was good to go into renewable energy. It would be better for our people in the long run. But then he deferred to the experts at GPA and the independents of PUC and said, you guys figure it out. But if you're not at 25% by 2035, I'm not going to be happy. Well, we're already past 25%, and it isn't 2035, because you trusted the process that you all created, your predecessors created. You created a public authority, you created an elected CCU, and you created an independent PUC to avoid what happened the last time the legislature got over-involved in setting energy policy, which produced terrible results. So,
thank you. Yes, and so I hear you, and I share your concerns, and I share your philosophy that the residential customers, they are looking for savings as soon as possible. They can't wait. And so...
neither can we.
Yes, and so the earlier the better, the more the better, and if they have to increase a subsidy to others, then I don't think that that's fair either. And I'm, again, there are senators who question even the expertise of GWA in regards to PFAS. They question everything, or they don't believe. So I'm just saying, I really encourage you to keep your efforts up. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Terlai. Senator Dueñas.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for your testimony. Certainly concur with your findings. Of course, my colleague here wants to drag in GWA, so I will say that bill was debated very vigorously on the floor. And thank you, Senator Simon, for setting up meetings that we're going to have subsequently on whether we agree or disagree, if it is actually evidenced that it is the septic systems that are the primary cause or even a cause of PFAS. We know that there are so many other larger scale contributors to the PFAS system, including our own broken pipes in GWA, commercial entities, as well as former use of foam in firefighting. And we know that PFAS nowadays is outlawed. So we have the consent decree and the hundreds of millions to pay for the past sins going forward. But we will certainly move forward to help you put more sewer in, although we're here today on power.
Yeah. You know, Senator, I mean, you all know this. Lawmaking, governance is an iterative process. You know, you make some decisions, you look at it, and then the next legislature or governor or CCU says, hey, we got to tweak it. It's a constant iterative process. The work of government is never done, right? There's going to be future legislatures. And so with your ADU, we said, hey, great, more housing, more customers for GPA, more customers, you know, so good, right? But we worked together. Despite our concerns, we said, look, let's keep working on it, because there's a lot of good stuff in the ability for someone to add a little more housing on their lot for their kids and their grandkids. There's some good stuff. But as John is alluding to with energy policy, you know, this bill takes us in the wrong direction. We're here to tell you, well, this is a tweak we don't agree with, and so please don't pass it. But we're on the same page. You created us to provide reliable energy at the lowest possible cost. And the PUC, the GPA, and the elected CCU, we work hard every day, part-time, to try to make that happen.
As I close out my time, Mr. Chair, we also helped GWA to get more customers online by mandating in this bill that anyone within 200 feet of a sewer that has a sewer hookup has to hook up the sewer for their ADU, and 50 feet as well, other areas. So we're doing everything we can to help the utilities while we try to get more sewer in the areas and help the utilities fix their system. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Duenas. Senator Calvo.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Half a day in Buenos, everyone. Thank you so much to the panel for your testimonies. I wanted to focus on just looking at the pressure that this bill can probably incur in with GPA. Just the mandate of the 30-day connection timeline for residential solar installations. I understand that there is a potential to induce strain to GPA's resources and workforce, especially if there is a surge in installations, correct? Realistically speaking, I just wanted to understand if GPA can actually comply with the mandated 30-day timeline for residential solar installations with your existing or your current resources.
That's a good question, and actually I need to go back and really try and find out where this comes from, because typically we're very quick in getting this result, but to get it, to get a solar rooftop solar on the line, we have to get all the information from about the solar PV and all these different components. We have to look at the system and all of that, and then after that we have to schedule. They have to implement recommendations that we made, because right now they need 2 meters, or they need the system needs to be reconfigured. At the same time, we are growing. We're putting on quite a few customers per year. So again, it's the same team that are going to go out there and hook it up versus new customers. Is it, which is in terms of priority? Is it the new customer that needs some power, or one that's trying to lower their power costs? So those are the things that I have to take a look back, and I can come back to the legislature and really give you an idea. I'm just saying it's really bad policy just to mandate the number of days, and perhaps if those that are saying having difficulty in our 30 days, please let me know who they are and let me see whether we can help them along.
Perhaps
because
more
it may
than
not
30
be a
days.
global problem, it may be a particular problem, see?
Perhaps more than 30 days would be more feasible. Yeah. Can you state for the record what additional resources you would think off your head, like staff, budget, infrastructure, would GPA require to ensure timely compliance with the 30-day connection rule?
GPA will provide resources as necessary, right? It's just, again, is the 30-day really because of GPA? Or is the 30-day because of trying to negotiate to put where GPA will pay for something? I have no idea. So
it's really a very tight time frame.
One could consider it tight. And again, we have a whole bunch of, let me explain. We have a whole number of customers constantly putting homes. We have to work with the military on trying to integrate all this construction that's going. Everyone on the island that's doing something is needing energy. Everyone is pulling on GPA. Couple that with the fact that just 5 years ago, 60% of the GPA workforce is eligible to retirement. At least 50% of that is on the DB plan, which means when they get to a certain period, there's retirement. There's no what ifs or but. we've been working and hiring people. We've got that down to 30%, but again, in the next 5 years, 30% of the GPA workforce. So what have we been doing? We've been training more apprentices and all of that to do this work. So for me to just say make net metering 30 days, right? I don't have that answer really right now, but all I know is that it's bad policy to mandate number of days for hookup or anything like that, because there are many, it's not one plug and play, bring in a computer, plug it in and all of that. There's different variables that go into putting energy or hooking up customers.
And if I may add, Senator, we don't know who the constituent is that proposed this idea to Senator Barnes to, in good faith, said, okay, I'll introduce it. We don't know where they got that 30-day rule. Have they installed 2,700 rooftop solar customers? I know he has. And from his experience, he says to just say 30 days no matter what, big system, little system, 30 days, where did that number come from? Where's the, maybe the constituent is here. Maybe you'll hear from them. But I doubt that he has more expertise than John, who has to actually interface with these rooftop solar things. But yet, but you got to do it in 30 days. Well, we know life isn't often just, 30 days, 25 days. We don't know where that came from. I'm not sure Senator Barnes knows where 30 days came from. So
if there's an urgency, then please have them come talk to us, talk to me, and I'll take a look at what we can do to make it happen. But it's not a matter of, we're doing our best to add our resources today, most especially our manpower resources because of all this retirement. We budgeted for it, but it's more a matter of it's not available that we have to train ourselves, train personnel. But then it's just a bad policy, but there might be other ways we can help, because
I have no further question. Thank you so much for answering my curious questions. And thank you again for your testimonies. So just Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Tuesmasi, Senator. And so before the author closes and asks her questions, we did have another individual who would like to testify, Mr. Weir. So we do have 3 confirmations pending. So please proceed. We'll take your testimony at this time, Mr. Weir.
Thank you. I'm the unknown individual who brought all this before the legislature. And unfortunately, I spent 3 hours talking with Mr. Sanchez 2 to 3 weeks ago. He knows. GPA has consistently been opposed to rooftop solar.
I didn't agree to that. I didn't know that. In our conversation, I never said I know that we've opposed solar.
But if I could have 2 hours of testimony like they've had.
But don't misrepresent our discussion. I did not say.
You said that you didn't know who presented this.
No, I know. Now we know who it is, right? But when you and I met at, what's that fancy coffee shop? We had a great discussion. What you just told this panel that I said, I did not say.
Thank you, Senator. Well, proceed.
This bill is not just a power bill. This is also a housing bill. And I think that needs to be recognized by the senators. We have a severe housing problem here on Guam, and part of that is cost. When you have a $500 a month or more power bill, that makes living in a home difficult. GPA has consistently misrepresented rooftop solar, and they did so in the last 2 hours. They indicate that they're subsidizing rooftop solar. The way rooftop solar works is, and I'm a rooftop solar producer, the way it works is I produce power, I give that power to GPA at no cost. They give the power back to me that I use. If there's any excess power that I produce, they steal it. They have other words for it, but that's what it amounts to. I got a nice letter from them just in the last month indicating how the way the system's set up, we accrue credits through the year, but as of December 31st, those credits all disappear and we start over again. There is no compensation for excess credits. And for GPA to insist that they are losing money on rooftop solar is ridiculous. They do not make the kind of money they make if they sell it directly from their sources. That's true. But they're not losing money. Part of the reason that an annual cost report is required in this bill is that that is not now available from GPA. GPA made the mistake of giving us that report using data from, I think, 2018. But when I went in earlier last year and asked for an updated report, I was told they no longer produce such a report showing what their costs are. How a PUC and a oversight body of the legislature can operate without reliable figures is beyond me, but perhaps you know. 30 days is, I admit, a time that was just pulled out of the air. But we know that when we have island-wide power outages, as we've had several times since I've been here in the last 35 years, once power is restored, GPA is generally able to hook up people within 30 days with no difficulty. We also know, and I would encourage you to look at JFK High School, which put in a solar array several years ago. It took them considerably more than 30 days to get hooked up to the power grid. This bill is asking for compensation for excess power. Excess power being more power. When I make more power than I use, I think it's reasonable to be compensated for that. GPA, when somebody hooks up to their power, they expect to be compensated. I think that it should go that way, the other way as well. This compensation request is based on their fuel costs. My hope is that those fuel costs will go down to zero, in which case there will be no compensation. The crux of this problem with rooftop solar and with solar in general is that GPA is wedded to power plants which require combustion. They have been very reluctant to get into the battery business. They have batteries. The last I checked, they had 66 megawatts worth of batteries. They're using those batteries at this time mainly to keep their systems working properly, which I think is reasonable. And they're just, from the public statements they put out just recently, they finally indicated they were going to start using these in the evening, and that's good. It should have been done a long time ago. I'm also concerned about the transparency and openness, if you could call it, of GPA. Last month, we learned that the new solar array that they had been counting on to meet their EPA requirements was no longer a feasible project. And the little footnote to that was, well, we knew this 2 years ago, but we're just telling you now. This is typical GPA doublespeak, if you want to call it that. GPA, and I got here a little too late to hear the testimony of Mr. Jarecki from the PUC, but the testimony I heard from GPA was that they are all in favor of PUC, which they should be, since they're the only ones that have any input to the PUC. Over a year ago, I went to the PUC office and asked how people got to appear before the PUC and present proposals, and was told this is open to the public. Anybody could do this. So I did. And after about 6 months of presenting a proposal to the PUC, I got a nice letter back from Mr. Jarecki indicating that we're sorry, we can't even listen to you because the proper means of doing this is to go to GPA and the CUC before anything comes to us. That's the reason why the PUC is not in this bill, because they have demonstrated a lack of transparency and listening to the public. GPA's position that their contracts are somehow impugned by lack of PUC input, I think is, I would call it laughable. PUC still has the ability to set rates and numbers for services provided by the GPA. One of those services is the box that is used to take energy from my system, any other system, and put it into the GPA system. And they have the ability to regulate that price, which should take care of any problems that GPA might have with this. So I don't buy that either. Finally, GPA, 10 years ago, I went to GPA meetings and they were, up in arms about rooftop solar at that time. And in part for good reason, because the original bill was not a fair bill for GPA. This bill, and they have characterized their position based on that original bill. This bill is quite a bit different. This bill means that any monies that come back to rooftop solar are based solely on their oil costs. The problem with GPA is that they do an excellent job of producing power with oil generation power plants. Using battery systems, and Mr. Benevetti just mentioned they're thinking about it. Well, it's good. They're long overdue to be thinking about it. I would like to see a cost analysis for battery systems, which at this point they're not even thinking about. There are people at GPA who know about batteries. I don't see any of them here at this table. Batteries are essential to solar power. It should be kept in mind that the cost of sunshine is zero. Transforming that sunshine into energy does cost money, and under this bill, that cost is being borne by the homeowner, not by GPA. I think that we should encourage this. I would welcome questions from the legislators. I have spoken to all but one of you, your offices, prior to this time. This is a proposal which I believe makes too much sense. People who own homes on Guam have seen an astronomical rise in the value of their homes. They have money. They just don't know it. They can afford this. They're already paying $500 or more a month to GPA. Why should they pay GPA when they can pay themselves? For those who don't own homes, I think the legislature should be aware that the Guam Energy Office has been approved for a grant of in excess of $50 million for low energy people. I checked with that office 2 weeks ago. That grant is still in the pipeline. It has not been eliminated. This would provide for these people who GPA indicates are unable to do this with their roofs. 10 years ago, they told me that only 40% of homeowners could do this on their, or not homeowners, but ratepayers had homes that would be able to use solar. Why should we penalize those 40% when the alternative is paying oil producers in Singapore for oil? I think those dollars need to remain here in Guam. Speaking personally, this has been a godsend for me as a homeowner. I've had my solar array up long enough that basically it's paid for itself. My current power bill most months is zero, except in January as the GPA has gone to the PUC and arranged so that any credits are eliminated in December. As you all know, January is the shortest, has the shortest days of the year. And so solar production, you would expect to maybe be a little less in January. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Weir. Senator Barnes, go ahead, give you your 5 minutes and as well as your closing.
As my closing,
And your
an
closing.
additional,
Yes,
so that's
yes.
10. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I will try and stay within the time, but I literally had 5 questions for GPA, but since the PUC is here, I'm going to ask them a question based on testimony that was asked earlier. Didn't the legislature create the POC through 12 GCA, Chapter 12? Simon, Fred?
Are you asking me, Senator?
Yeah,
I thought
both
you were
of you,
asking Fred.
right?
I
Didn't
mean,
the legislature
it was
create
created by
the
public law. It was created by public law as a result of the default
Yes.
because Congress required the legislature to pass a law that set up an independent PUC to set rates in exchange for the
So the question
bailout.
was, yeah, so the question is yes or no? Yes, right? Yes.
Was the PUC created by public law? Yes.
12 GCA, right?
I don't know the exact.
And the Organic Act of Guam. The idea of the PUC was referred to in the Organic Act as an independent rate-setting body.
And didn't the legislature create the net metering program through Article 5 of Chapter 8 of 12 Guam Code Annotated? Just
You're
yes
the
or no?
lawyer, Fred. I mean, probably. I mean, everything,
Okay.
everything we
Well,
implement comes from
The reason why
here.
I asked this, Mr. Chair, is really important, because setting aside your understandable concern over bond covenants, are you asserting that the legislature cannot amend a law of its own making? Just yes or no?
You can't amend a law that you passed that said you won't violate bond covenants. I mean, okay, I'm sorry, you can. If you want to pass a law that says, we told you before that we won't violate bond covenants, but now we will violate bond covenants, you can pass that law.
Mr. Chair, I'm not insinuating that, and I'm not saying that I want to break the law. I'm just trying to get to the point that this August-making body, which was voted by our people of Guam to serve, is because I find it very problematic to come to this body and asserting that we cannot touch this program because it reforms current law. And for me personally, this is what senators do. We make new laws and revise existing laws. Things that may not have been good back there, Mr. Chair, may be better today, and vice versa. I only bring that up so that the listening audience can understand what the process is of the lawmaking body. But I do have questions to GPA, and I'm hoping that they can be as concise because of the time, and I know there's several other hearings this afternoon. To GPA, what was your rationale for petitioning the PUC to approve this use it or lose it policy for excess solar credits? GPA?
Yeah, first of all, there is already a subsidy total. And again, this is all about trying to equate what's the best to all ratepayers, okay? And the issue, it becomes that if you put a bigger capacity in your house than what you really use, at the end of that term, you have excess capacity that we now have to pay you at the same rate of 30 cents, if you will, like today. And it just increases the amount of capacity it just increases the amount of subsidy that's provided. No? And then furthermore, it's not meant to be a revenue generating scenario, which potentially could have been done where, for example, going from 100 to 500 kilowatts. If a commercial entity only uses 200 kilowatts and has the capacity in its roof to put 500 kilowatts, now it's going to have another 1.5 times of additional energy that they can sell to GPA and make revenue, which is a subsidy which costs the other ratepayers more money. So that's what we call is called the gaming of the system. If there's an opportunity, that will occur. So that's why, again, the excess credits at the end, you know, when you build a solar system, you really want to build it to just what you need, no, and not overbuild it. So that way, you're not paying any more, and that you're maximizing your, maximizing the return on that system. So that's the main reason that the credits were taken away at that point as a result of our petition. And before that, the PUC allowed it. And then we came back and said, and asked for that, and they approved it as such.
Thank
That
you.
was several years ago, yeah.
Currently, how many members are on your net metering program? And can you break this down between your residential and non-residential class customers? I know there was a number that was brought up, but I just wanted to see what the separation is for the residential and non-residential.
So in my almost every month, I have a report in my GM report that provides an outline on total of all the net metering customers. There's 2, 4, 6, 8 classes. So all of the 2,746 customers we reported in February of 37 megawatts, 2,521 of that were residential customers. And then you start going into general service and small demand, that's about 103. Large government and small government is about 23. Large power, 16. And then general non-demand stuff are about 85 or so. So we do have a breakdown of everything. The average solar residential home is about 10.26%. At 10.26 kilowatt. And again, you go to the large power, they're putting in 100 kilowatts at this time.
So about 90% of our net metering customers are residential.
Thank you. Question number 3, in May 28, 2020, the PUC order, the commission noted that GPA submitted a concern that some net metering customers are, quote, applying for new accounts for the same building where one account had long existed, end quote. The reason why I'm saying that is the concern here is that these customers are trying to skirt the kilowatt limits for residential and non-residential class customers. So my questions to you is, does GPIA have any language to offer this committee to help safeguard limitations mandated by our current law?
I'm sorry, you went too fast for me, Senator. I didn't understand the question.
Okay, so there was a PUC order on May 28 of 2020, and the commission noted that GPA submitted a concern that some net metering customers are applying for new accounts for the same building where one account had long existed. The concern here is that these customers were trying to skirt the kilowatt limits for residential and non-residential class customers. Does GPA have any language to offer this committee to help safeguard the limitations mandated by our current law?
I still didn't get the question. May I read it? I'm sorry, I'm having a...
So
Senator,
this was in your PUC order.
Yeah. Well, the PUC order, but you're asking GPA a question. Basically, that's what John is describing as gaming the system. Once a rooftop solar person realized, hey, I'm making good money on this, why don't I add more rooftop? Because I'm getting full retail, right? So they start to add more solar, right? But that's not fair to the other 94% of the customers that don't have solar. Why are we, so they're gaming the system. They're adding more because there was a cap, right? So if we have a cap, but it's making money for me at the expense of the ratepayers, why don't I game it by, I'll add another circuit, I'll add another meter. and because I'll put another solar array bigger than what I actually need. And now they're gaming the system because they make money off of it.
Yeah. Well, okay, in this same May 2020 PUC order, the solar power benefits was explained like this. Net metering customers are allowed to swap credit energy produced by their system during the day for energy produced by GPA at night. The Power Authority went on to argue that this one-to-one swap does not account for the energy produced at night, which GPA claimed is often more expensive than that produced during the day when GPA operates peaking units to meet the peak load. My question to GPA is, do you charge your customers differently depending on when they get their power? And is there a daytime kilowatt hour rate and a nighttime rate?
No, the energy rate is the same. However, the costs are different. The energy we charge our customers are the same, but the costs are different for us in the daytime versus at peak time. In the daytime, because of all the solar, the 37 megawatts of solar is coming in, and we're paying, say today, 30 cents a kilowatt hour. But we're backing out back generators that are producing energy at about 18 or 19 cents. So not only are we paying more, but it's costing us more. Then in the evening, this 37 megawatts pull power from GPA. And what happens in the evening? We have to run, we have the base loads up, but then we have to run more and more costly peakers. Differences, base load 15 kilowatt hour, 12 to 15 kilowatt hour per gallon. The peakers 8 to 9 kilowatt hours. So if we don't have that 37 megawatt running to serve in the evening, then we won't have to go up to that 8 to 9 cents a kilowatt hour per gallon efficiency machine. So therefore, it would have. So it is costing us a lot more. There's one particular reason that I'm not a strong proponent for time of use rates at this point, because who's gonna pay the higher cost of energy? The residential, because when they come home in the evening in the peak time, that's the highest demand period, the most costly. At some point in time when we get our batteries in the near future where we can shave that, then we can start looking at time of use rates so that, you can be an incentive to save more for others. But right now, yes, and again, Senator, they don't have batteries in the system today. And the question earlier, we don't know how much it costs for batteries. Just go on the record, look at all my GM reports, go back 5, 8, 10 years, and take a look. I noted about 6 or 8 years ago that batteries cost about 6.5 to 7 cents a kilowatt hour more, over and above. Why haven't others put in the batteries? Because that means they would have had to pay 6.5, 7 cents per kilowatt hour. It's not a matter of whether we didn't know, but when we put in energy storage batteries, we get it cheaper than that, no? And we can utilize it to the most of its things. So, yes, we don't need any more energy in the daytime that cannot be shifted, and that's why the new phase 4 has a requirement that 50% of the energy has to be shifted. In the future, that may be 100%. It just gets more expensive, that's all.
And if you recall, John said that it's better to have one big battery than 1,000 little batteries. It's more cost effective and it's safer.
Economies of scale.
Economies of scale. So we have batteries on the system, right? And all of our bids that have been awarded for the next phase all come with batteries, right? And the next phase is to go to batteries for shifting. So we know a lot about batteries. We have the biggest batteries on Guam. 40 megs, right? We have 40 megs of batteries online.
In 2021.
We're not against people making their own energy. If that's what is better for them, great. But when they ask us to buy that power, what we're against is overpaying for it, especially if we can make it cheaper for everybody else. Because when someone says, overpay me for the power I'm giving you, they're saying to the poor, they're saying to 94% of the island, hey, because of me, overpay me. Would you guys overpay for something that you knew was of less value?
And why did we put in batteries in 2021? Because the renewables, the solar renewables are intermittent. So it's always constantly having load shedding even in the daytime. Because as soon as the cloud cover comes over, no production of energy. And therefore, the stuff. So,
I guess my next question then is, if the uniform rate per kilowatt hour is fair to charge a traditional customer, why is that same rate not fair to use when determining credits for your own net metering customers?
Because the traditional customer is paying and subsidizing the net customer, because there's a difference between the base rate and the LEAC rate or fuel component. The base rate pays about 4 cents a kilowatt, 4 or 5 cents a kilowatt hour for depth. We have $500 million that we borrow in the bond market to improve the system and everything. So net metering customers don't pay that 4 cents on the depth. T&D, about 2 cents is used to maintain and operate the grid. Net metering customers don't pay that 2 cents. Other parts of the component, they don't pay because it's a full retail, meaning they don't have to pay anything. So who's paying the debt? It's all the other customers, the 50,000 customers. So if you say $6 million, of course, to pay the debt, then that would mean others would have more money in their pockets and less in their power bill. So net metering is a program that was started in the late in the 2008 to 2009 period, and that's to promote or to kick off the program. But today most utilities have it off the books already. They're putting avoided costs. If you can provide energy, we'll buy it for you from avoided costs. You can produce what amount of energy you can. You can go farming. You have a 1 acre of property, you can farm, put solar panel there, and we'll buy the energy at your avoided cost. And why? Because all you're doing then is reducing the import of oil that we have on the island. The money multiplies here on the island. It's good for everyone. But it's you cannot have the net metering customers being continually subsidized by the non-net metering customers. Not if my mission or my goal is to make sure that I provide the lowest affordable power to our customers, and I'd like to add on a sustained basis, because I'm going to retire one day soon, and I want this thing to be sustained so that it doesn't, happen that the energy cost comes down and then all of a sudden swings up to the moon. And that's why we're having renewables as a hedge to make these things happen. No?
And Senator, as you know, because you've served for a long time, the legislature authorizes GPA to borrow money, right? You actually pass a law that says you can borrow, X amount of dollars, right? In passing that law, your predecessors put in that will allow you to borrow money, and you put into that law, in effect, saying, and when you reach your loan agreement, we're never going to pass a future law that makes you violate your loan agreement that we authorize you to pursue. And that's why we keep bringing up, you told us to go borrow money and make a deal with the lowest banker, bond company, and we basically created these bond covenants between us, the borrowers, and the provider. That came from legislation, right? But now, if a senator could consider, well, I want you to violate your bond covenants because I'm a new senator for whatever reason.
Mr. Chair,
but it defaults us.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I did have a couple of more questions, but in the interest of time, I'm going to really literally work with you to work on a markup on this bill, and I think it's really important because even as we were asking these questions, I had someone in the audience, Senator Barnett, give me a message about asking how many rooftop producers actually produce greater than 2 megawatts of power for the excess power. And as I look at this question, it gives me to 2 other questions, but in the interest of time, and I know there's 3 more other public hearings going on, I just want to close, if I may, and you can start my time on the 5 minutes on that, sir. I promise I won't take longer than that. Mr. Chair, can I close?
You may close.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me this opportunity to present this Bill 74-38. Our net metering policies are not perfect, but I appreciate everyone coming to the table today to work towards improving them. Mr. Chair, as a homeowner with solar panels, I understand both the benefits and the concerns, and I also recognize the frustration from those in our community who feel that non-solar customers may be unfairly subsidizing those with solar through their power bills. So this perception has been a barrier to broader solar adoption, and that's why I am moving this bill forward to bring transparency to the process and to address concerns head on. I have to tell you, Mr. Chair, that solar energy is a critical part of our future, and with clearer policies, we can build confidence in its role within our island's energy system. And to illustrate this point better, let me make some comparisons between Guam and other jurisdictions. On Guam, at the end of the calendar year, any excess solar credits not used goes to GPA with 0 compensation. Basically, our policy is a use it or lose it policy. But that's not the case everywhere, as evidenced by the research done by PUC itself, and some of the things were brought up. My perception is in California, customers are paid for their surplus credits at the end of the year under a special utility tariffs. In Florida, unused credits at the end of the year are converted to a cash credit on a resident's January bill. In Arizona, early adopters have been given a 20-year period to be paid for their end-of-the-year excess credits. In Oregon, these excess kilowatt hours are dedicated to low-income residents and are credited to the customer generator. In Pennsylvania, excess credits are compensated at the utility's price-to-compare rate, which is the retail price of a kilowatt hour minus the cost of distribution. In Vermont, each credit approved is given a 12-month expiration date, meaning a kilowatt hour distributed to GPA in November doesn't disappear in January, but is banked and can be used until the November of the following year. In Puerto Rico, at the end of the year, a residential solar power producer is paid 75% of its banked excess credits, and the remaining 25% is used to lower the power bills for public schools. And just up north, with our brothers from CNMI, at the end of the year, their customers are paid for 50% of their power credits. Mr. Chair, I bring these examples to show that many, many other places treat their residential solar producers better than our island Guam, and that many, many other places are abandoning this policy of the use it or lose it. Perhaps in 10 years, the conversation will evolve and we'll have even more opportunities to strengthen this program. But for now, we must take the steps to ensure clean energy, consumer choice, and grid reliability remains priorities. This bill is not about this bill is about fairness, sustainability, affordability, and Guam's long-term energy security. So Mr. Chair, I do urge my colleagues to help support this measure and help move our island forward. And as I said earlier, just giving you all these recommendations from all these other states, we literally can make this net metering program that we here in the legislature introduce for PUC and GPA to run and perform. We can make it better. Like I said, what may have been bad back then may be better today, and what may have been good back then is not so good today. So there's always time, there's always a situation where we can make a difference for what's happening for our people today. So I'm really looking to see more budget review, committee review on this, sir. And I think that it's important that the listening audience who's out there, my passion for this bill is, let me tell you, I was paying almost $1,000 a month, anywhere between $700 to $1,000 for many months. And I said, what am I going to do to make it better for me? Because only me and my daughter live in my house. And let me tell you, I did have to buy solar panels. I pay the price today, but it is making a difference because my power bill is at zero.
Thank you, Senator Muña Barnes. And the committee will work closely with the author of the bill, and in the near future that we would invite folks for a roundtable and maybe receive more testimony prior to a committee markup. That being said, we're going to take a real quick 1-minute recess to clear the, actually dismiss the panel, and then we'll ask the folks that are here, Mr. Ho, and the folks that are here to testify on Mr. Ho's behalf on the appointment of Mr. Ho for the Guam Visitors Bureau. So a quick 1-minute recess. Okay, we're back. This is for the confirmation hearing for Mr. Ho S-un as a member of the Board of Directors of the Guam Visitors Bureau. With that being said, again, we have testifying Donna Muña Canata, Herbie Perez, Jerry Perez, Tony Scrow, and Mark Mendiola. Okay? And we're going to start from left to right, and Mr. Ho will wait for everybody to be done, and then you can submit you can testify for yourself, okay? That being said, okay, Ms. Canata, please. Yes, please, yes. Can you press, yeah.
Sorry. Now I'm on. Can you hear me? Half a day, Honorable Speaker and members of the 38th Guam Legislature. For the record, I just want to tell each and every one of you that I am the identical twin of Senator Tina Muña Barnes. So if the people are looking and they're wondering why there's somebody up there and somebody down here, I am her twin sister. So thank you for that. For the record, again, my name is Donna Muña Canata, and I am submitting this testimony on behalf of my son, Derek Muña Canata, President and CEO of Guam Auto Spot. It is our honor to offer our strong support for the confirmation of Mr. Ho of Cortec International to continue his service on the Board of Directors for the Guam Visitors Bureau. Mr. Ho is not only currently serving as a valued member of the GVB board, but his reappointment reflects the confidence many of us in the business and tourism communities have in his proven leadership, foresight, and unwavering dedication to Guam's growth. Beyond his contributions in the boardroom and business, Mr. Ho has also quietly served as a mentor and guiding force for many young professional people on our island, most especially including my son, Derek. His guidance and wisdom have helped shape Derek's own journey as a business leader. What's most inspiring about Mr. Ho is that he does this for countless other people with no expectation of recognition or fanfare. Mr. Ho leads with humility, and his positive influence reaches far beyond the public eye. Mr. Ho's role at Cortec International has been instrumental in bringing innovation and technology advancements to our island, aligning directly with the Guam Visitor Bureau's mission to elevate Guam as a competitive and modern destination. His international experience and strategic mindsets are invaluable assets to both the Bureau and our broadened community. The Guam Visitors Bureau is fortunate to have a brilliant mind like Mr. Ho to serve on its board, and the people of Guam are equally fortunate to have him as a dedicated leader working on their behalf. On behalf of Derek and myself, my family, I respectfully urge this legislative body to confirm the reappointment of Mr. Ho to the Guam Visitors Bureau Board of Directors. His continued service is vital to the success and sustainability of Guam's tourism industry and economic future. Sizu'us Masi, on behalf of Derek Muña Canata, myself, and my family. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, could I also, I know in the interest of time, if you don't mind, I was here since 2 o'clock, and I was here also to testify, I turned in a written testimony from Mr. Ho, but I was going to do one oral for Mr. Mark Mendiola and Ms. Conchita TAITANO. Could I do that now? Because I've got another appointment in about 20 minutes. Will you allow it? Sure. Okay, just really short. I've known both Mark and Conchita for over 20 years. I've worked with both of them doing community work, work in general, and I've known both of these people to be honest, hardworking, with integrity, and to see people now who at our age still want to come out, I know I shouldn't say that, but at our age, who still want to come out and make Guam help support our island and our businesses and our people and our government to do what's the right thing for our island. If they're going to come out and give their time for almost nothing, I think it's worth us making sure that we appoint good people like Mark, Conchita, and Mr. Ho to these prospective boards. So again, I thank you for the time that you've given me, but please consider all these 3 people. Thank you so much. Good evening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kanata. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Ms. Barris, please. Just state your name and...
My name is Herbie A. Paris. I am submitting this testimony on behalf in support of Mr. Ho to continue serving on the Guam Visitors Bureau. Half a day, honorable senators of the 38th Guam Legislature. I am a government of Guam retiree from the Guam Department of Education, where I served for approximately 30 years. After retirement, I continue to serve Guam in the legislature under former Speaker Judy Wampat, and over the last decade through local nonprofit organizations that support the needs of Guam seniors, students, and families. I have worked alongside many of you in the legislature for your previous role on issues of education, senior citizen, and general community needs. The tourism industry, as we all know, is the major drive of our economy, providing employment and resources that benefit our entire community and government. In my decade of experience serving our community, I can appreciate how rare it is to have someone from a private business with as much responsibility as Mr. Ho, dedicated his wisdom, efforts, and valuable time to help serve a cause that affected us all. I hope all of you can appreciate him the way many of us seniors and retirees too. Although Cortec is well known for its commercial accomplishment, many of us know how genuine and generous Mr. Ho is with respect to local nonprofit government needs, local students. Mr. Ho has continued to go over and beyond what anyone would expect from a good corporate citizen. Mr. Ho is very helpful to people in need. He is a man with integrity who is sincere, transparent, and humble. There are countless donations and services he has provided to our island out of the goodness of his heart that did not get celebrated publicly because he cares for our community generally and selflessness. I have had the honor of knowing Mr. Ho for the past 15 years, and this is a man with extremely good character, trustworthy, very respectful, compassionate, empathy, and resilient. He is a very industrious leader, businessman. I am very grateful. He has been a good example and a mentor to my son and even to my grandchildren. Maybe what is most valuable at this time is that Mr. Ho is a team player and can selflessly work with anyone, which is a characteristic that I pray all of you can understand our people really need right now in our government. Many of us in the community are very discouraged at times to see how the people we have supported continue to fight. This is especially sad for those of us who volunteer our time to help the same people our government is expected to put first. We need more people like Mr. Ho in our government. In closing, I want to encourage all of you to not just support his nomination, but to his inspired by his example of selflessness and sincerity. His genuine care for the people of Guam is trusted because he continued to help despite economic condition, who is in power and who he has to work with on any important causes he supports. Lastly, I want to thank Mr. Ho for to the many ways you have benefited Guam and for your consideration to continue serving as the board member of the Guam Visitors Bureau. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Senator Jesse Lujan, and members of this committee. For the record, my name is Jerry Paris. I am here as a friend and professional associate of Mr. Ho Yun, and not here in any official capacity of the Guam Visitors Bureau. My professional association with the nominee, hate to say this, dates back to the early 1990s when I was president of DFS and collaborating with Mr. Ho and his company, Cortec International, during the entire reconstruction of San Victorias Boulevard, the development of our new DFS Galleria at the time, and the aggregation of retail, hotel, restaurants, bars, entertainment, and amusement facilities that was to be called Pleasure Island. Mr. Ho's success in the construction industry is also rivaled by his engagement in the real estate and hospitality industries. Significant investments in the tourism sector of our economy and his close ties to Korea's senior tourism and government decision makers affecting that country's overseas travel policies are strategic advantages that make Mr. Ho uniquely qualified to serve on the GVB board. As a legislative appointee, Mr. Ho has steered the GVB Korean Marketing Committee with much success, and until recent cutbacks in airlift, which is out of our control, had been leading our island's recovery in arrivals. As busy as he is with many other business commitments, Mr. Ho has always found time to attend board meetings, chair the Korean Marketing Committee meeting, and attend important events and protocol initiatives in country and on island. His broad community engagement also affords him a tourism perspective through the prism of business, social, and national government associations, besides being an accomplished and award-winning author. Mr. Ho possesses lifelong experiences not only in business and social engagements, but in personal endeavors as well, having been an award-winning book author while attending the prestigious Seoul National University, and quite frankly, being an accomplished practitioner in 4 disciplines of martial arts. It is for this broad background, depth of experience, and unique tourism socio-political nexus that I encourage without reservation your approval of Mr. Ho's confirmation to serve on the GVB board. And Mr. Chairman, given your earlier indulgence with Mrs. Donna Kanata, I too personally support and strongly endorse the confirmation of Mark MENDIOLA and Conchita TAITANO. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Paris. Mr. Scrow.
Good afternoon, Senators. First of all, I want to just thank you all, because as I was sitting out here, I was watching you all, and I want to thank you for all the work you do for the people of Guam, because, you know, I think a lot of folks take things for granted, but sitting out there for about 2.5 hours just watching you all up there, it's quite amazing. You know, it takes a lot of patience, so thank you. First of all, as a former chairman of GVB, I'm here to support Mr. Ho Yin, an esteemed businessman and chairman of Quartec International Corporation. My good friend and mentor is a testament to perseverance and vision. Beginning humbly with a small family-owned store on Route 16, he transformed a modest beginning into a monumental success. His dedication to the community, innovation distinguished him as a valued leader. And as a valued leader in tourism, he is the only one that sits on the board who owns the majority of Pleasure Island, which includes 3 major hotels, the Dusitani, Dusit Beach Resort, and Bayview Apartments, or Bayview Hotel. He is a local resident of our island. Guam is his home. If there is anyone that would love to see tourism turn around, it would be him. As you drive down Tumon and look at the buildings he owns, he has completely renovated and upgraded his facilities. He takes pride in what he owns. As I was sitting here, I was thinking, and I whispered over to him, and I think Jerry touched a little bit on it. I remember years ago, he was the contractor who was building Pleasure Island. Now he owns the majority of Pleasure Island. Like I said earlier, he really takes pride on what he owns. My dear friends, my dear senators, I'm here asking for your support and the confirmation of Mr. Ho into the GVB board. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Scroll. Mr. Mendiola.
Hafidi, Mr. Chairman, Senator Lujan, members of the committee. My name is Mark Mendiola, and I know I'm here for my confirmation hearing, but as I was sitting next to Mr. Ho, I felt compelled. This is an unsolicited testimony on behalf in support of Mr. Ho. In my former capacity as board chairman of the Guam Department of Education and also the PTO president for my children's schools, I can attest to the fact that whenever I approached Mr. Ho about any situation or any concern that we had regarding the schools or support for our school children, he gladly supported some of these causes. And I've known him about 8 years, and just the knowledge and the breadth of knowledge he has regarding our economy, what makes things happen in our region, I think is an added value to the GVB board. I know that he has no ill intent, no malice in his heart. He really is a part of our community, and I wholeheartedly support him. And I know that even though he doesn't know it, but the impact that he's made on some of the lives of the children that he supported through his philanthropic giving, especially the University of Guam. He was one of the first organizations to contribute to the engineering program. And so it's such an honor to come here and testify before this committee, and I hope that, that you senators will have an opportunity to vote his confirmation up. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mendiola. Mr. Ho.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senators. Thank you very much for your time. I have been served the GBB for the last 4 years under the leadership of the former Speaker, Therese. If there is anything that I can contribute, I'd be more than happy to support GBB's mission.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ho. Mr. Ho, thank you very much again for wanting to continue to serve the GVB board. You're the governor's appointee now. Can you tell us the state of our tourism from what you've seen, where you were at, where we were pre-COVID, during COVID, where we're at now, and what does it look like for our tourism industry in the very near future?
I have shared the same information with the GVB staff. First of all, we had the highest number of arrival in 2019 before pandemic. And in fact, 2020, January and February was the historically highest number. However, turning into the March, it suddenly dropped. The macro standpoint, we have to notice that there is a reduction in Korea won and Japanese yen. So we are severely affected by pandemic situation. However, we are pretty slow in terms of the recovery because the purchase power of Korean visitors and Japanese visitors, they had a hard time to justify their travel to anywhere that US currency is prevailing. So that's number one. So the ratio standpoint, Korea won basically reduced by 26% as of today in comparison with 2019. Japanese yen dropped by 36%. The problem is the future because the exchange rate is heavily connected to 10 years treasury bond of each government. As you know, that US government has a 1.3 trillion interest payment for the bond, which is much bigger than DOD budget. That's why the President Trump trying to reduce the interest rate. That's why they were contacting FOMC to lower it down, but because of Japanese yen and carry trade unwind effects, they cannot touch the interest rate. They decided, in collaboration with the government of Japan, more specifically Bank of Japan, they said that, okay, we are going to increase interest rate in Japan. However, if there is an increase in 10 years rate, that Bank of Japan will buy entire surplus of 10 years bond rate, government of Japan bonds. So they're trying to maintain the spread between US and Bank of Japan. That is very clever in terms of avoiding a yen carry trade unwinding effects. So US government and US economy will stay calm without fluctuating too much. However, that doesn't really help in terms of the yen recovery, which means it's not going to be an easy game because interest rate is just the one factor. The other factor is the future growth. So Korea economy depends on which bank that has issued a forecast. As of this morning, the Korea economy, they're looking at below 0.8 GDP growth. As of yesterday, US government is talking about even higher than 2%. When there is a huge delta, that spread would make that exchange rate even worse for Korean people and Japanese people. To be honest, it's not only a pandemic issue, it's an exchange rate issue in terms of the macro. I'm not saying that there's nothing we can do and then sit back and then do nothing. That's not what I'm saying. But overall environment is not easy for us to bring or invite a lot of foreign travelers. So it's a tough situation.
Mm-hmm. So based on what you're saying, is it more than about the the value based on the yen and the won, as opposed to, because we talk about, you know, rebranding, right? Rebranding and more seat capacity and things like that. Where does this all fit in the recovery? Because you said if it's basically on the depreciation, of course, of the won and the yen, that's going to take some time for recovery.
That's right.
It's going to take some time for recovery. But likewise, would our recovery accelerate then? Should we need rebranding or more seat capacity? And tomorrow morning we have the United direct flight from Guam to Taipei. You know, that's another market as well. But you're talking about these two markets that are existing right now that have their won and their yen that's been devalued, and you know, the U.S. That's why you see Chamorros who've never been to Japan are going to Japan now. Yeah, because their money goes a lot further than it used to. So when do you foresee that coming back? And would it make sense again to rebrand the island, as what was talked about, the rebranding again of Guam?
I do agree. The Pleasure Island concept was established a long time ago, so maybe it's about time to have a rebrand and basically have some catchphrase, and I agree with that effort. And also you mentioned Taiwan market. Having another source market will be definitely helpful for our economy. And also Japan market and Korea market, we have a sort of the different issues. So for the Korean market, our load factor, so-called occupancy in the aircraft, is pretty high. That's why we are always emphasizing with a potential subsidy, so we can convince the airline companies to supply additional aircraft carrier to Guam operation. In general, basically, they run the pro forma, and based upon their profit and loss ratio, they select certain countries. Guam is very unique in terms of the location, flight hours. It's about 4.5 hours. That is a perfect fit for low-cost carrier because they are not a full-service carrier, so they can't really fly longer than 7 hours. So I talked to one of my friends who is still a CEO of one of the airline company. We went to the college together. So he mentioned that we cannot abandon Guam market. It's just a matter of the profitability, because from Korea to the Southeast Asia market, it's cheaper, and also we do have some serious issue with landing fee. Everybody knows that. That's why GIA and GBB collaborated to lower. So maybe we still need to work even farther. But that's one of the issues that always they compare with the Hawaii market. We basically charge 2 times Hawaii market. So there might be a certain thing that we may need to improve. So going back to Korean market, load factor is phenomenal. But overall industry standpoint, because of the pandemic, Boeing doesn't really make that aircraft carrier based upon their commitment. So about 2.5 years been delayed. So when we were visiting all carriers with the governor on last year, November, they kind of made a joke that, is there any way that you guys can contact Boeing to make that aircraft carrier faster? Then once we have a carrier, we will allocate for Guam. So there is a commitment, but in terms of profitability, going into Guam is actually by far less profitable in comparison with the Southeast Asia market. So there are a lot of issues that we have to face.
Yeah.
But Japan market is different. We do have a great supply of the seats, and we appreciate JAL, and we definitely appreciate United Air. I don't really believe that United Air is really making a profitable return. However, they have a committed for continuing the aircraft operation. So we appreciate that. So it's not really a carrier issue for Japan market. How are we gonna do the market? And we're still number 4, number 5 as a favorite destination from Japanese travelers, but we're not really getting there yet. So in terms of the market strategy, Japan and Korea are different.
Yeah, no, and we understand, of course, that, you know, as you mentioned, in regards to Boeing and trying to get an airplane built in time, and it's not very easy to have, you know, different body planes switch and come to Guam, especially when you're having more of the emergent market, like Vietnam is really increasing in popularity, and where a lot of Japanese are traveling to. So it's not that easy because they're shifting their flights, their capacity, their wider plane loads to that market that has more capacity to enter, and we are a small market. That being said, like you said, we have some challenges in our landing fees, although it's pretty generous based on U.S. standards, but when we compare them to Asia standards,
That's right.
it's not quite there, especially with, you know, again, and that's why we rely on the low-cost airlines looking at that. But we have a great challenge. So what do you foresee for us in the very near future, again, in regards to us climbing out of this rut that we're in?
That's why, actually, we are working closely with the Recovery Committee under the GBB. We're trying to find anything that we can shake, but not creating an earthquake. We don't want to damage the current structure or organization within GBB, but if there's anything that we can basically confirm to make sure that if there's anything that we can improve, that's why we're going through that thought process. So we have a plan to visit a Korea airline carrier this month, again, knock on their doors, basically, come on. We are doing our best to incentivize you guys and sharing our resources. We're not a huge country, but we do our best. So we're trying to appeal, even emotionally, and I'll do my part. But in return, domestic destination management standpoint, if there is anything that we can improve, because technically the visitors from Korea and Japan, they have a certain expectation, so we probably don't need to meet their expectation, but we cannot let them be disappointed. Even just the park, even lawn mowing, even restroom. So those kind of small things that adds up, because at the end of the day, it's not about one-time visitor. We want them to come back, because that adds up. Because there is always a limited population from South Korea and Japan. So how are we gonna attract them and give them a good impression? So if we can damage that expectation, that is not helpful. So there are a lot of things, small things that we need to work on, and that's why GBB team has many different divisions that they're working together. So we shall work together, and then we present our case, and we convince Korean people, aircraft carriers, they're business people. I mean, that's what they exactly said. We're business people. We run the number. But I kind of share the certain story. When the Department of Justice from the U.S. government signed off on the merger and acquisition for Korean Air and Asiana, they had to put a condition that Korean Air and Asiana, I'm considering also CNMI, they have to restore their air operations capacity up to 2019 level. So they are sort of obligated. And it only applies to Asiana and Korean Air, not really other LSC carriers. So that's why we're in the collaboration with them with a minimum subsidy so they can allocate a bigger capacity aircraft carrier.
Yeah, one other thing, one other question is, you know, in regards to, you were talking about restrooms and things of that nature, right? But also down in Hotel Row, there are quite a few challenges down there. You know, not enough trash bins. The lighting is a lot better now than it used to be. Graffiti is pretty rampant, okay? But there are also derelict buildings. Derelict buildings down there. You're a hotelier, you know, all that. And you're one of the hoteliers that keeps your place spruced up. And you feel about, again, these derelict buildings that have been abandoned at this point. And those are the things that we need to clear up in regards to what can we do but what can the businesses do as well to be able to, this is an opportunity while we're, I guess, the downtime, there's an opportunity to spruce that up, get it going, sell it, whatever it is, and get it going. Your thoughts?
I will explain in the two components. Part one, as a hotelier, everybody is focusing on the arrival number. So 2,000 arrival number, as long as we get there, we think that everything's gonna be okay. I mean, before this hearing, we had a long discussion with CCU folks. So utility cost has gone up, insurance cost has gone up tremendously. What happened, even if you're gonna reach 1.7 arrival, still we are going to see probably around 20 to 30% reduction in terms of the return. So technically, hotelier needs to raise the average daily rate by 20 to 30%. However, but consumer standpoint, traveler standpoint, even if you're gonna maintain the daily room rate, which is not the case, actually it went down tremendously. Problem, but the person who's using Korea Won or credit card, because of the conversion rate, to them, it's about 30% increase, even though real USD standpoint, 20% off. So it's going to be tough for the regular hotel investors to get their return back. So in terms of CAPEX, the capital expenditure, it's going to be tough. But it's a commitment matter. It's a matter of the pride. If they want to really upkeep their investment, then they have no choice but to put the money back, regardless of the return. The component two, other buildings, not exactly hotel buildings, not only hotel buildings, but also even the road going down to the Westin Hotel. I paved that in 2000, I think it was 1999, May. So at the time, DPW and then Federal Highway, the spec was a 3/4 anti-skid. And they realized the 3/4 is so thin, so they changed the spec to 1 inch. So I hope that there is a way that we can resurface those roads, so it's going to be a pretty good impression when they're just getting into the Tumon. And there are other buildings. So a long time ago, 5 years ago, Mr. Sam Shinohara, at the time he was serving GVB, he called my office, can you please give us some yellow paint? So we would voluntarily just paint, even curb. So we work together, and even just small things that adds up. And then if you keep doing that, it's gonna take time, it's gonna take effort, but maybe some of the owners of the derelict buildings may have some feeling that, you know what, okay, we will chime in. It's a capitalist state, I don't know whether we can really force them to do so, but at least somebody else can start first.
Thank you, Mr. O.
Thanks, sir.
Yeah. Senator TAITANO.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hafade, Mr. Ho, good to see you again as always.
Thank you.
I remember meeting you many years ago. We had a nice conversation. I think it was 2012 or something, or 13, and I had an opportunity to read, well, actually just to find out who you were. It was our first time meeting, and I felt that, when I was talking to you, you find a lot of guidance in your decision-making spiritually and with meditation and thoughtfulness to guide your decisions. And that gives me a lot of comfort to know that.
Thank you.
And I appreciate all the hard work that you've put into the island to make Guam your home. And But, I was the former Deputy General Manager of the Guam Visitors Bureau at one time, and unfortunately I saw a lot of abuse happening at GVB by board members, quite a bit. And it didn't help when you had a GM who was kind of instigating some of it, I really want to see more of a transparency at GVB. And I think I've introduced legislation to bring that transparency to GVB, to earn the trust again that the people have. Quite a bit of funding is going to GVB, almost 25 million post pre-COVID was going to GVB, but it was not spent correctly. I oversaw destination management, which I thought was very important. Like you said, it's the small things that add up. So I'm glad you see that. That's important, you know, so thank you for that.
Thank you.
But the question I have is on the tourism the tourists that come to Guam. A lot of times when they make a decision, they want to be able to feel safe.
Yes.
The area that they're going to. Not just in Tumon, but also like when they go down to Seti Bay or go down south to really experience the difference between being in Japan where it's city and you have all these other area, you know, Disneyland, etc., like that, and then you go to other locations where it's very city-like. Guam is a place where it's an island, and that we should embrace that kick back, laid back, you know, coconut tree kind of feeling, because a lot of people from the city that come to Guam want that experience. But we have to put two things in play. And is the safety of our tourists, number one. They need to feel safe. Number two is medical attention.
Yes.
Those are the two areas that I think any people making a decision to come, especially when they come with families, and we always try to be a family destination. So how are you going to address those two areas for Guam to entice tourists that it is a safe destination, and in the event that you're in need of any medical attention while you're here, how are we going to address that?
Thank you. Two issues. One is safety, and then the second one is in health. So the first one is safety. Again, we had a GBU staff here before this hearing. I do hope that we can have a certain lights in terms of street lights, because the Tumon is getting brighter, and I really appreciate the GBB's effort. If we can apply the same concept to all the roads in Guam with the solar energized panels, and I'm not endorsing any contractor, anybody can actually do the same thing. So if you can do that under the DPW and GPA, I think it will really pay back, and it's going to go a long way. So that's the first thing that I would like to address. The second one is in health. I really cannot disclose too much, but there is a gentleman who came to see me last week. We had a lengthy discussion, and they have a strong interest on hospital. They do have a stake in certain hospital. They're trying to collaborate with the Korea government, and then this hospital can be designated as an extension of Korea Hospital, which means it has never been done, but it can be done. So this hospital can accept Korea government-issued insurance. This is a really important thing. For the travelers' standpoint, they can take advantage of it. So I am working on that issue with them, and whatever support that I can give to them, and that will be a really a big deal for Guam Visitors Bureau's success.
What about cameras? Have you looked into cameras, safety of cameras?
Well, I've been here for 36 years, so I'm more used to Guam culture. So when I go to Korea, I see so many CCTV, but it costs a lot of money. So if I have to emphasize and prioritize, I'd rather have a street light first, and then we can move up to the CCTV. Maybe a certain location, we can concentrate and then focus on the two things simultaneously. But the lights matters, I think.
So lights matter. Okay.
Solar, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. And I like your analogy on the cost, you know, trying to compare the market shares and stuff. It's very good. But I think of all the people who testified today, there was a comment that was made from, you know, Tony Scrow, that you have a lot that you've invested in this island, especially in tourism. And if anybody has that much investment in that, you definitely want to see tourism grow because of those investments. It makes sense.
Thank you.
So I appreciate you wanting to step up to the plate once again.
Thank you.
And my confidence actually for any of the board members coming into GVB, there's one woman that is now sitting on the board who I have total confidence in to ensure that she doesn't turn a blind eye, keep everybody in check on that board, and that's former Senator Joanne Brown, who is now sitting on that board. So if there's anyone to reckon with, you know, or even, you know, to have a good conversation on how things work in government, I hope you can reach out to her because she can bring you a wealth of information and history of how the government works. And
wonderful.
I know that you have much of that, so it could be a shared collaboration between the two of you. So
I actually used to work with her when she was a DPW director. So definitely we'll create a collaboration. And I believe in democracy, so thank you.
That's good to hear, and I'm glad that the two of you are sitting in a place that I loved very deeply when I was at GVB, and just wanted to make a better place for GVB. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Senator Taita, Senator Gumataotao, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Ho, for being with us today. And I just have a couple questions, but I'm excited about, again, your want, because this job and coming before the legislature is not exactly the easiest thing. So, Mr. Ho, thank you again for your commitment to the people of Guam. I was reading, interestingly, that just today the Korea Tourism Organization reported that this is relative to outbound and inbound travel from Korea, that obviously going into Korea, they're seeing a 10% increase, which is pretty impressive considering that both Korea, Japan, our two major markets, are seeing a lot of activity inbound to them, but outbound is a little bit different. Today they reported, which is great, that 4.5% of outbound tourism, it's up 4.5% from last year, which is great. How can we, as a destination that's competing with a lot of these others, to get a part of that 4.5, if not to increase that outbound tourism to Guam? Any ideas on how we can improve that?
Well, as I mentioned, there is just a macro issue, but no matter what, this is our job. We have to market ourselves. To be honest, I've traveled many countries, including Europe, but I see beautiful sky and wonderful ocean, and I cannot find the same thing in Southeast Asia. Different look, different feeling. So we do have a very bright beauty in comparison with other destinations. So that's why we went through the digital marketing and even other the method of the marketing. So we appreciate. Well, years ago, KMC, Korea Marketing Committee budget was quite limited, even though we had the highest number. But now GBB recognized that the recovery standpoint, Korea is faster. So Dr. Perez mentioned that Korean market is a low-hanging fruit. So we would like to emphasize, and so we can get our return back. That's why we are collaborating with the agency in Korea. The company is Next Paper. They've been working as an agent, and even before that, they were a subcontractor to the prime contractor, Korean market. So they have some talent. They can definitely bring the value. They are very innovative. So we trying to penetrate and increase the penetration rate. So we're trying to do something that we haven't ever tried before. Sometimes it costs some money, and then we had some thought process, but we would like to explore anything that we haven't touched before.
Okay, so going back to, I think earlier you mentioned incentives. So if we were to go to Busan, to Jeju, or even to Seoul itself, can we see more, I guess, if we put more incentives, is it really the real kind of a return that we can get to get more people here?
the subsidy matters to them. You know, as I mentioned, the aircraft carriers, at their standpoint, at the end of the day, they are not the owners. So if they don't make the right decision based upon profit and loss statement, they're going to lose their job. So they basically run the number, and then if we can subsidize their effort with the highest leverage effects, so we don't want to get caught for long years. But as I mentioned, the exchange rate is not going to be better in near term. So at this moment, we don't really have much choice to collaborate with the aircraft carrier and make sure that they have a certain incentive so they can justify their decision to allocating the Guam area.
From a, going back to, I've heard different takes about the yuan
Yes.
and its rate and how we get folks here. I know it's, the Japan yen is different, but I mean, you're the first person I've heard that said that really the yuan's, the exchange rate really is impacting outbound travel. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Okay. A lot of people now, they're talking about Korea won is too weak. But when we look back last 15 years, actually Korea won was able to sustain its strengths in comparison with even Japanese yen and many, many other countries' currency. The reason that Korea won stayed very strong for a long time because Korea has so much surplus from China export trade. For the last 31 years, we had a surplus, but it ends in 2023. So it was a fantastic time until 2022. So then all the Korean business people realized that there's no future. Even IT industry, we are importing way more than we export to China. The game is over. So they acknowledge that. They decide to focus on US market like 20 years ago. However, the President Trump got a job. Now he's talking about tariff. We will know on April 2nd, actually Guam time April 3rd, so it's going to be really a big day. I don't know exactly how it's going to be unfolded. So Korea won was strong because of surplus USD, more specifically USD and China's yen. So we have a Korean government actually, a Korean government and Korea business people, they had a 1 trillion net investment US. The problem, because they are making money in US, now they are selling Korea won, buying USD, so it exiting Korea, which means Korea won is getting even weaker. So in the whole world, number 3, the pension program is actually Korea, South Korea. They had around $700 billion. They also, because they cannot invest enough in South Korea, they have no choice but to go abroad, even Europe and even the States. So they keep selling Korea won in order to get USD so they can do the investment in US. That's why Korea won is getting weaker and weaker and weaker. So it's not really good for us. And I'm not really, crazy that, let's have a Guam dollar, de-link from US economy. That's crazy idea. It's not practical. If we do that, we can talk about that, but it's not practical. Right. We have so much subsidy from the federal government.
And with that said, my last question would be, when we think about if the one is that, down.
Yes.
And then the availability of actual planes. I mean, I've heard from different sources that it'd be great if they can come to Guam, but there's just not enough planes. The actual plane itself. I mean, our airlines are struggling to, and if you don't have enough planes, you need pilots for them too. Is that a fair assessment?
They're hiring a lot of pilots and flight attendants. So the manpower standpoint, I think will be okay in Korea. The problem is the Boeing, because of pandemic, a lot of people basically working outside. So the production standpoint, the schedule got pushed back to the right, maybe about 2.5 years. So that's not helping. But eventually it will come back. And then Korean Air is buying around 50 aircraft. So that's why they actually had a meeting and signing the ceremony. So gradually it will be better, but it's not going to, we're not going to be able to see immediate change.
So gradually better, which is good for us. And I think that that's...
Airline supply standpoint.
Right. But gradually better, meaning that for, when I think about your confirmation, that's why I'm supporting you, Mr. Ho. And I think that your insight is absolutely critical to what we need to be able to push our tourism industry forward. And I look forward to your confirmation and your successful confirmation by this body. Thank you, Mr. Ho.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Caesar's Masi, Senator Gumataotao. Senator Muña Barnes.
Thank you, Mr. Ho, for your volunteerism to this committee. And I want to say, before I ask my questions, that I wholeheartedly support you, and I want to thank my twin for being here on behalf of Derek and the family for sharing those efforts. As you said earlier about the recovery and the source market that we have, since COVID, how can the island attract more tourists from South Korea to get them to stay longer and spend more?
That's a great idea. That's a great idea. So, you know, life, we can look at the life as an accomplishment, but a lot of, you know, wise people look at the life as an experience. So they basically detach from their daily lives and then go to the other locations and then experience, and then they would treasure for the rest of their lives. So I do appreciate that if some young entrepreneur would give us support through the SSBCI loan program, and if they can start even different cuisine of the restaurant or optional tours, I personally support those efforts, because we have to give them a certain reasons that they can stay 1 day, 2 days longer. So instead of bring more people, let them stay even longer. Basically, it helps. At the same time, I had a very interesting discussion with Mr. Mark Perdiga, who has a private business. So his standpoint, and they have a certain business, but is there any way that we can collaborate between GBB and private business? Because potentially GBB standpoint, they may worry a conflict of interest. It's a sensitive issue. However, if they can bring tourists, they're not gonna stay in that establishment for 3-4 days straight. So there will be a collateral benefits. So I think we have to look at supporting certain business exposure, so they will know that I'm talking about the social market travelers. They will know that a lot of different things in addition to beautiful sky and an ocean. And then, you know, good people. Good people is very important. That's impression to them. So those kind of stuffs that I plan to have a meeting with them tomorrow. So we are going to collaborate and open. So how are we going to avoid perception of so-called harmony of interest and stay away from the conflict of interest? So we can market not only Guam, but certain private sector who needs attention, so we can justify their longer stay in Guam.
Thank you for that, and I promise this is my last question to you. That, you know, I know you don't like to brag about yourself, but can you please give this committee some details on how you bring value to our South Korean source market, and how your presence on the GBB board has opened doors for us to meet high-level executives, government officials, and helps with recovering arrivals from South Korea?
You know, I don't want to expose my age, but I'm getting old, so my colleagues will retire soon. So I don't know how far I can really extend my help. So long time ago, the pandemic started, so I had to talk to my friends to justify how Korea government has to receive and evaluate each destination. Because at that time, Korean government evaluate other countries based upon COVID rate, the patient's percentage. So I was talking to my friends, so I was able to justify their perspective completely different from patient's ratio to vaccination rate. So it's just a matter of the relationship. So, patient is patient, it's the history. But we have to look forward and then take a look at it in different perspective. How are we gonna stop that through the vaccination rate? So that was the first thing. And the second thing, it's a still ongoing issue. We talk about national pension. National pension basically are forced to have a sideline conversation with the Bank of Korea, National Bank. So because of the exchange rate is so fluctuating, so Bank of Korea talk to pension plan, don't come to the market. You come to my office, we will sell USD. However, in addition, they ask them to buy or technically hedge the foreign exchange rate. Because National Pension Plan has general interest to bring money back. They can possibly bring the fruits, the interest, the earning, but not really investment back. But Bank of Korea, because of uprising interest rate, the foreign exchange rate, they kind of force them to hedge the risk in the NDF market and then USD forward market, which is like a future market. So they decided, because it's a public company, they have to disclose that we are going to do that 40 billion, every 40 billion every month, which is a disaster, because if it's a Bank of Korea, they will just do it quietly by phone call. But now, because National Pension Plan has to explore their strategy and the timing of that. So now that's why foreign exchange is basically in the range of 1,460 to 1,470. So I had to do my part. We'll see what we can do, but it's still a delicate issue, because if they don't even do that, it may even go higher. But because of the 40 billion, it has some suppression effect. It's a very delicate matter. So I work with friends, so it's a very delicate matter. I hope I can explain better.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ho. I just again want to say thank you for your volunteerism to our island of Guam and stepping up to the plate. And I want to thank you, Mr. Chair, for bringing this nominee and the appointee to this public hearing expeditiously. And we hope for your expeditious confirmation when we bring it to the session floor. I want you to hear it from me, that not just from my twin sister, but from me personally, that you will have my vote on the nomination. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you for doing this for Guam.
Thank you.
Sanamasi.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Senator Muña Barnes. Senator Lai.
Sijos Masi, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Ho, and to all of those who testified, I appreciate your testimony today. And as the previous speaker has said, yeah, I was also going to ask you to point those things out. I think Mr. Perez, he said this testimony was in his personal, not his official capacity, but he did point out that you have close ties to Korea's senior tourism and government decision makers affecting that country's overseas travel policies, and that is a strategic advantage that Guam has, or your service on the GVB board has given us. He also pointed out, so I appreciate that discussion, and he also pointed out that you have significant investments in the tourism sector of our economy. And this is, I can see, motivates you perhaps to serve on the board. Is it your understanding that the former CEO questioned whether these investments in the tourism might might pose a conflict?
Me?
Yes.
First of all, I am working with my partners as a joint venture. So we know how to partition our interest. This is a long game. It's not a short distance. We need to go to long game. So we know the end goal, what we have to do. So I do believe the collective wisdom. I do believe in working together. So if we don't understand the common goal, we can possibly succeed in one aspect, but that success will guarantee for the whole group to fail. It has to be honorable. So I know how to maintain my beautiful distance, so I will avoid any potential conflicts. It's not worth it.
I guess you also said that about the Korean company who we've partnered with as well, that if it does not succeed for them, they lose their job, they will lose. And I guess for many people in Guam as well, if our GVB does not succeed, our tourism industry does not succeed, we lose a lot. Employees lose, our families lose, and we will all lose. So we really want you to succeed. Are you a member of the GVB Recovery
Yes, I am.
Committee? So do you agree with the GVB recovery plan?
Well, primarily, that was put together by certain members or former members. But in reality, GVB staff are doing it. So it's not something completely irrelevant. So, but, always there's a certain times that we can make sure that, everybody's okay, take a look at one more time. So it's a collaboration effort. So there is also a very sensitive area, even though I mentioned earlier, if GVB can market some of the industry, where paragliding, even certain type of business they couldn't really market themselves. So if we can let Korean and Japanese travelers to know those options are available, then I think that brings the value to everybody. However, the private sector and then public corporation, non-profit corporation, there is a delicate line that we shouldn't cross too much. So I understand that recovery team is really putting a lot of personal time, and I value that. I appreciate that. But we got to be very sensitive in terms of overstepping on each other's toes.
Yes, so I was reading an article recently where they talked about some of their plans. I mean, their priority seems to be they want to start this weekly Sunday night market in Tumon, and then they talk about actually that's going to be at Pleasure Island, rebranded to Coco Island or something like that. But, and then, I didn't think of it earlier, but I think Mr. Perez said that you own a majority of Pleasure Island. And I remember in the past that this is the complaint, right? That those people whose businesses are going to benefit, those are the projects that GVB is taking care of, as opposed to, for example, the flooding in Tumon, Matapang Beach is still a problem after all these years and all the priority we seem to have put on it, then the deprioritizing of it. So I agree that, destination management has to be key here, in addition to other things like airline incentives. But I feel like we're going around in circles sometime in this destination management. You mentioned the bathrooms can't be disappointing. Haven't that been said for years? What is your role in ensuring that this destination management is really going to not be disappointing? For example, the bathrooms, Matapang Beach, I'm really concerned about those two. While we embark on a new market to attract people, how do you ensure that those projects to keep them here
Sure. So
are taken care of?
Before I answer, I was not, well, I don't read the news, but I happened to read that same article that you mentioned, and I was not part of that discussion. I didn't join the meeting, even preparatory meeting. I was not part of that, so I can certainly say that I didn't have any influence to that effort. Regarding this, if somebody can do that effort, and even other area, I have no objection. So that's not my concern. Going back, the restroom issue, kind of similar issue with the GDO. The Cortec is currently doing some of the repair job for public schools. And my main concern is that GDO is going to spend so much money, but after 2 years, I don't know what's going to happen. Because GDO's main function is an education. It's not really a maintenance of the building. So if they can carve out and find so-called subject matter expert companies through the competition, that possibly can ensure benefit of current investment. Same thing, even restroom, I understand certain area GBB takes in charge of the maintenance. Certain area, the Parks and Rec. What if we prioritize it? Hire somebody through the bidding process, then we can easily terminate if they don't meet the standard. That's one suggestion I can think of.
All right. I think GVB has done that, I thought, and yeah, I don't know. Look at the results. If that worked for them back then, it didn't seem to. Something, I'm not sure. But what about, have you had ideas for the board that they did not approve that you still believe should be considered?
Portable?
For destination. Besides, like for example, that one, privatization of the maintenance of the bathrooms.
Mm-hmm.
What is, have you proposed that to the board, and why is that not adopted?
I haven't discussed that matter, but I just personally was thinking of it. But I don't have any business in line, so there's no conflict of interest. And I'm not endorsing anybody. But to me, sometimes we use private entity because to them, their performance is related to their payment, which means they get paid only if they perform. So it is really techy how you write the RFP or invitation to bid. If you are going to write a RFP and requesting certain mandate, in other words, we want you to provide how many staff. They are going to provide the staff, but it doesn't guarantee the cleanliness or frequency. Mm-hmm. So this is a very, very simple matter, but just approach matter. So if you can draft an RFP or invitation to bid in different way based upon cleanliness, and there is a way that we can check the mark, it's like a security guard.
Yes.
Then we can confirm their performance based upon the system.
I agree with you on that very much, that it should be results-oriented. And of course, so I guess this is the same question, so you've also had ideas about resurfacing the road to the west and paint in the bathrooms. Very similar to what I think all the people of Guam are concerned about, but you've been on the board, so I want to ensure, that you're serving again is going to make these things happen. Can you give us that type of assurance? What would be different?
There is certain organization, the structure. So now there is a change. So I believe there will be a different collaboration between boards and management.
All right. The director of GIDA said recently that, or suggested, or that maybe we would look at another hot bond. Are you in favor of that? And what would you expect to be included in another hot bond?
Well, the interest rate is going to basically go down in third quarter and maybe even fourth quarter. Once President Trump basically hired Michelle Bowman as a vice chair for the Federal Reserve. So she's going to eliminate or easy on supplemental leverage ratio. So a lot of people can possibly buy the bonds. Then it will affect the 10 years yield. So that means government can actually get the benefit of the lower interest. So timing is important. But more specifically, borrowing money is okay, but how are you going to use it? So what is it that they want to accomplish? So I think there should be a certain consensus. I understand there is a discussion before because government of Guam, basically, even the GIDA and then GBB, they can issue the bond, so-called triple tax exempt bond, that can be only used for CapEx, and they cannot be used for operational expenses. But that's not my concern. If we can have a community consensus, what needs to be done? Because it's not just the money. It comes with interest. And we probably are dealing with a 10 years minimum. It's a 30 years amortization, but every 10 years you can reissue. So it's a minimum 10 years commitment. So there is a cost of money. So if you cannot really see the benefit of those investments, then I don't know if I can really push the button. So consensus first.
Thank you, Senator Lai.
Yes,
Senator
thank
Barnett.
you very much.
Senator Barnett.
Hey, Sujasmasi, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Mr. Yun, for your willingness to serve. I think it's very obviously you bring a lot of insight to the table. I kind of wanted to talk a little bit, maybe expand a little bit on the Senator Lahi's remarks, just destination management. I mean, we're racking our brains over here trying to tackle problems as simple as like clean bathrooms, right? But, you know, I spoke with one tourist recently, and they came from the airport. They made their way from the airport down into Tumon via the JFK hill. And the first thing you see when you come down that hill is a big, huge abandoned hotel in the Verona resort. So while we kind of focus on things like the bathrooms, I absolutely agree with the street lights. I mean, these are very basic things, and I'm just not sure how we can talk about, you know, airline capacity and all these things when we haven't even done the basics of, you know, making sure we have an attractive destination. So I know we talked a little bit about the bathrooms, but what about those instances where you have a big abandoned hotel like the Verona? How do we deal with that?
As you're probably aware, that building is owned by outsiders, I think Taiwanese. So I don't know if we can really force him to put money to the renovate. But I realize that there's some movement from Pacific Star. I think ownership has been granted by the court. So I heard that there is a plan to the renovate. So there will be some good news. But that specific location, because there's a foreign owner, it's quite delicate. How are we gonna, you know, influence him?
Also, I know that the former CEO and president had talked about the conflicts, and I think the narrative that he had painted was that we have these big industry players, you know, like yourself, and what it was preventing really was, in his estimation, I guess, was tourism out in the villages, right? And so you kind of saw under his leadership where there was this decentralization and the idea that, you know, we need to do things out in the villages, which may not benefit some of the big industry players, right, who are housed in Tumon. And, you know, most recently with the recent board meeting, we're starting to see that conversation again, where we're now looking at centralizing tourism at Pleasure Island with a lot of the big businesses. But I just wanted to hear your thought on engaging tourism, cultural tourism out in the villages. You know, Inalahan's one of the places that I like. You know, there was this thought about going out in the villages with the different festivals and using that. So if you could just speak to that.
Sure. As actually Senator Tina mentioned, that how are we going to extend their stay in Guam? If we are going to focus in small town in Tumon, there's a zero possibility we can extend. So I am definitely supporting decentralized. I mean, that's the only way we can have them come back. So I 100% support the new CEO's envision.
I had a question from a constituent that was sent in during this hearing, and it reads, Korean law states all foreign transactions are given a 10% tax rebate. Does this include the money GVB spends in Korea? And if it does, where does this money go? Is it returned to GVB?
Well, actually, that's a great idea. I was not the one who came up with GVB Korea office, but I supported it. Because, I'll give you a short background. So Korea has a VAT, value added tax. So they do have a rebate if you do have a business license. However, when they were establishing GBB Korea office, it wasn't quite easy because GBB is a non-profit entity. So if it's a non-profit entity, they're not doing business. So they had to actually secure 2 licenses. One is a standard as a nonprofit, and then you have to have another license as a communication office. Technically, we don't have any staff. We do have a country manager, but it's not really a manager because it's a consulting basis. We just pay him just lump sum, and he takes care of his tax dues. So we were collecting. Let's say if we wire a certain amount of money, excluding certain expenses in Guam operation, and those expenses, let's say we send $1.1 million, and then we get $100,000 rebate. So money is sitting in the bank account. I do believe that GBB has an access, and then periodically they get the balance confirmation. So I actually have witnessed those details, and I even calculate. So one time there is some discrepancy in terms of the dollar figure because of the timing. So I told them, no, it's better that you synchronize based upon the timing. So it comes with basically 9.9%, which is, you add 10% and you reverse it, it becomes 9.9%. So we do have that fund, but we have money in the Korea bank account, but we didn't have a chance to come up with a certain idea. We can definitely put that money back as a supplementary budget, which is fine, but we didn't finalize the plan yet. Thank you for asking that question.
Thank you for that. You know, there was a very public firing of the research director at the Guam Visitors Bureau, Mr. Nico Fujikawa, right? And you saw this kind of play out in the media. So I wanted to ask, do you think that the Guam Visitors Bureau has replaced that research division in any meaningful or adequate way? And also, would you support the reinstatement of Mr. Fujikawa under the leadership of the new president and CEO?
First of all, I work with Nico in case by case, but he's a very brilliant person and he has experience, but I don't know the whole picture yet. So it's not appropriate for me to make a comment, but one thing that I can share, the background, because of his absence and it affects the detailed result of statistics. So there was a little bit of complaint from the industry why we cannot get the outcome on the real-time basis. So we had a lengthy conversation with Ms. Nadine. She is the Global Marketing Director. So I suggested that actually she implemented a different system. So now we change the survey as online basis. However, some of the travelers didn't mark properly. So Nadine's standpoint, she wants to provide a perfect report. So I said, I understand. However, the people wanted to know the real-time basis. So why don't we compromise? So last time we talked, so Nadine sort of agreed that we are going to release the document without varying process. So technically we can save 1 week or 10 days. So industry people receive the report, and the caveat, there might be some discrepancy because of the traveler's mischeck.
Do you believe that there was any conflict of interest, given that the incoming newly sworn-in president and CEO was part of a company that had $1 million contract related to tourism?
Which person? I'm sorry. You're talking about
the MANTID contract?
One thing that I can say, I was one of the 3 selection committee. We went through many applicants' resume, and we decided to screen 4 applicants. And there's one candidate we were not able to interview. And he's well-established individual, and unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, he got a job offer from other destination. So we were not able to interview him. But the salary standpoint is, we're talking about $600,000, so it's a tough lock. So it could be just a fortunate situation that we didn't really have chance to see his true value. So we will be in trouble if he's the only right one that qualifies. So we interviewed 4 people. Among 4, 2 candidates were outstanding. We had a sensitive issue in terms of the conflict that potentially he was doing the project. But I don't really know whether she influenced as a CEO. In other words, the timeline is reversed, then I can clearly see the conflict of interest. But she got a job as a consultant, and then now she's joining as employee. I will look at it a little bit differently, because she didn't use her power. But I saw her passion, and I really hope that she can contribute to the community.
Thank you. I do too as well, and I just worry. Any board, any CEO outside of GVB, any kind of situation. I just worry that although the conflict might not have happened before the hiring, that once they're in, they use the we like to say the party system, if you will. Well, I thank you for your testimony, and I guess just lastly, because I did get another message from a constituent, would you say it's accurate to state that we are not going to experience the levels of arrivals that we saw in 2019 unless we see a weakening of the dollar?
If we are going to get 2019 glory, it's not only recovery in terms of the arrival number. To get a dollar figure, the beneficial for in the industry, we need to have around 25% additional arrival. Because cost of the business has gone up tremendously. I mean, even eggs. So I cook eggs every single day, but sometimes, can I afford to eat? It's not cheap anymore. So our goal, of course, step 1, we would like to increase arrival in 2019 level, but in reality, that's not enough. But it's not going to be that easy, to be honest.
I know you could afford eggs, Mr. Yun, without due respect. And then also, isn't it in 2019 we were getting a lot of the Japanese tourists, which are a higher spend, right? And I think when I interact with the Korean tourists on Guam, they really remind me of the locals, because you see them at Kmart and, they're not eating at the five-star restaurant. They're getting, the kimchi bowl and the Vienna sausage and all those kind of things. So how does that kind of play into, our long-term recovery plans?
I agree with you. But sometimes you don't really have much luxury. We just appreciate what we have and then, step on it from there, I guess. I think that's the only thing that I can think of. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you again, Mr. Yun. And I think the analogy I would use is if you ever, I don't know if they still do these shows in 2025, but these makeover shows, right? I think Guam right now is the before. And we all know how beautiful our destination is, but, the maintenance and the upkeep has really kind of fallen by the wayside. So, I think in this downtime, and I think many in the industry have said this, that we need to undergo that, let's fix our hair, let's do our nails, let's put the eyelashes and whatnot to make sure that when we do get the flights and we do get the, the visitor increases, that we're offering a destination that is on par with the others that these tourists have the option to travel to. So thank you again for your willingness to serve, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Burnett. Senator Salas Matanani.
Hafidi, thank you, Mr. Ho, for stepping up and continuing to step up. I know that you've been serving on the GVB board for the past 4 years. In December, I attended a briefing at the Dusit Beach. It was with GVB, GITA, the airport, GHRA, and they rolled out this short-term tourism recovery plan and a tactical action plan which provided short-term and long-term strategic goals. And it was mentioned briefly by a previous colleague. One of the things in that report, it said lack of product integrity. Guam's image and many of its offerings are outdated, in need of revitalization, from potholes and junk cars along roadsides to unpainted and dirty public and private buildings. Destination Guam has lost its appeal and needs urgent attention. Achieving a cleaner, more inviting environment requires commitment and financial resources. The quality of hotel rooms, food, and services is low relative to high prices, a challenge worsened by the strong dollar. Service culture has declined with limited training opportunities available, compounded by increased costs, lack of manpower due to the military buildup, and low visitor numbers as companies struggle to stay afloat and lack the ability to invest. A downward spiral has begun as closures make the destination less attractive and cause yet more closures. Also included in that same report was this $60 million that is needed to invest in Guam. Do you agree that we're going to need $60 million? And I think it's 2025, $33 million, and in 2026, $22 million. It also stated that GVB will fund much of this. Is that truly the case?
First of all, when I read those reports, I had a very simple question. Because 2019, our situation was similar to the time that the report was issued. So my question is, I understand what you guys are pointing out, but can you please explain then why 2019 we were successful? So they can pinpoint and criticize, but is that really 100% true? I do agree that there are a lot of things that we can improve. Because always, I consider life is like riding a bicycle. If you stop pedaling, you will stop or you will be behind. So I appreciate those bullet items. So actually, that's a part of the recovery plan and the GBB's effort. Maybe we didn't really do enough, so maybe we have to really beef up that organization. But I don't believe that explains 2024, 2025 numbers. I had a meeting, even today, regarding GBB, and they try to pinpoint somebody. And I completely disagree with that statement, because they describe somebody as a most critical person who basically has a fate of GBB's future. Is that so? It's not because that person, Korean travelers or Japanese travelers, will come to Guam or not. It's their personal situation. So I stopped and supporting his comments. So going back, those agenda we appreciate, but it cannot justify and explain why we were successful in 2016, 17, 18, and 19. It's more of the macro issue. So if you really calculate 765,000 people arrival from Korea, and you multiply by discount ratio in foreign exchange rate, it's about 560,000, 550,000 people, which we didn't reach yet. But my point is that macro issue, I'm not trying to wash my hands here, but at least we cannot criticize some staff, whether GBB staff or GBB Korea staff, more than they deserve. Because the big chunk can be self-explanatory by the Korea one's reduction. We still need to explain why we couldn't do that. We can always talk about cycle and then tendency. And I'm not washing my hands again. We still need to focus on destination improvement, hotel investment. But frankly speaking, I had a meeting with one of my staff yesterday. She's in charge of finance. So let's say you are the heir of the rich guy, and you received $100 million, for example, 400 hotel room, just cash value. And you got it from your own father. Now, you don't have to pay any bank interest. What will be your decision? This conversation just happened yesterday at 1:30. You know, if you put the money into the bank, so-called fixed coupon equity link note, the bank will pay you with a 20% cushion, 7.5% interest rate. If you put that money, anything above $5 million, at Bank of America, just MMF, 4.7%. So you have $100 million value, whether you're gonna run the business with a lot of risk, or you're gonna just sell it out and put the money into the bank. What will be your decision? So in other words, any business, it's not easy. It requires a commitment. It requires a lot of peddling. It requires a lot of adjustment. So with that concept, I appreciate their points. But that is something that we need to work harder, but cannot explain this reduction. So going back to answer your question, I didn't have a privilege to understand the hotel occupancy tax hot bond. I know some of the staff, some of the recovery committee member, they have their own conversation. And I support the concept. But I'm a number guy. If I get my return back, considering the 30 years of interest payment that we need to pay, if I don't get that solid benefit, how can we borrow money? So that's why I was talking about consensus. We gotta have a consensus, and we need to own the reason why we wanna spend money that way. I wasn't able to get any details, so I don't even care whether they're gonna borrow money under the triple tax exempt bond so they can focus maybe 70% of the money into the CapEx and 30% for operations. It's a sensitive issue because you're gonna just burn or spend money, and then now we have to pay the consequence for 30 years. It's a huge responsibility. So it's a consensus matter. I think GBB has to play a very critical role because they have institutional knowledge. And I'm sure the GIDA can also chime in.
Thank you, Mr. Ho.
Thank you, sir.
And I look forward to voting on your confirmation. Thank you, Mr. Scro and Mr. Perez and Herbie for being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Vice Chair Duenas, please.
Susmasi, Mr. Chair. And Mr. Ho, I've been enjoying the back and forth and the insights that you bring. I, for one, believe that tourism and Guam is the same thing. We're talking about destination management. We're talking about the ability to talk about Tumon and some of the improvements going forward. But it's our own quality of life and our own enjoyment and our own destination that we live here every day. So I think it's a harmony of interest.
Yes.
To work with GVB, and like you said, the chairman and I are working on different incentives to be able to accomplish this goal. Not everything is going to be cash. A lot of it is going to be probably tax incentives, other things that can be amortized. But I agree with you on your focus. And the focus is that we have to understand and target those things we're going to do with the highest return on investment.
Yes.
That's a quality for both
Yes.
the people and for the guests that we're inviting. So going into the specifics, I support your confirmation. And one of the fundamentals is, I don't know the latest numbers, maybe Jerry can address this, but I believe right now, if not the second, Korea might be the largest market at this point. Is that correct?
As of, yes. As of today, yes.
And that's why I think it's very critical, whether it is high-end guests or typical budget travelers. I think that the numbers and the aggregate of the numbers works. What I understand about the Korean visitor that you may see at Kmart buying things and at the stores, they have also what they set aside for some special experience as well. And that is to save up, but still have that special high-end experience with their stay, sometimes even changing hotels from time to time.
Sure.
So when you visualize things, I think it's more complex than just what is before your eyes. You know, Mr. Scro gave me the opportunity years and years ago when Lotte came in and made the big investment in their hotel. And one of the things we talked about, and I don't know if it just didn't emerge fast enough. I know they did a few of these, but talking about Pleasure Island, talking about Tumum as a whole, their commitment was try to bring in at least 2 to 3 big events a year. Entertainers, like high visibility entertainment from Korea and other destinations. Have you been engaging with your other partners throughout the industry to say, I like the Coco concept really. It's like a Hawaii, right? Hawaii every Friday, they shut down certain portions of the store or the road. They do that roadside stuff and whatever else. But is that something you've been in conversations about?
Long time ago, one of the GBB board members asked me to check what kind of talents that we need to pay to bring BTS at that time when the BTS was really hot. So I contacted my friend, and then he commented, 5 million plus private jet. So that was a remark. So, okay, got it. So it's just a matter of actually a investment and an outcome, income and outcome. So output. 2 days ago, today's Monday, Saturday, one of my partners, Mr. Tautua, he is the chairman of Kinaole, nonprofit organization in Hawaii. He manages the Common Kings. So he brought the Common Kings. I know that he's not going to make money, but he's trying to recover some, at least to share Common Kings music with the local people. So those things, GBB was indirectly, not directly. I don't believe that GBB really subsidized their trip. So, yeah, but, yeah. So if we bring K-pop stars I really need to run the numbers. Yeah. Because years ago, we had some events at the EPAL beach. I don't really believe that attracts new travelers because of that event. So it looks nice, but was it really profitable? I don't know. So somebody has to really run the number to justify, subsidize their event.
I think I'm sure you're right, but as a one-off, right? But if it's planned and it's months out.
You're right.
And particularly at the lower times, I know we're not there yet because it looks like all low times. Just wanted to, you know, that's probably down the road thinking. But the thing is when it's planned and it's known, you know, you get that surge of possibly just a thought process.
Yes.
As I close, I think that, you know, for me, we can talk about Tumon-centric in terms of destination. But for me, I think any traveler, there's only so much you can do in the area that you're at. And I think the numbers are important as far as we can go to bring them, because people will venture out. In fact, I think Korea destination probably was the one that transformed fastest the FIT.
That's right.
Type of traveler. You generally see them in their own rent-a-cars. That's a very big market. And you see that particularly on return visits, they really start to get into the villages. So individually we have that. I do agree with some of my other colleagues that, you know, pushing more cultural festivals and things, that schedule as well.
Yes, I agree.
To try to promote as well. But
I do agree.
Yeah.
Actually, Governor Carr, he was promoting, and I think Dr. Paris also did a long time ago. We had a short conversation about those efforts. At that time, it could have been a little bit premature, so we couldn't really get a nice nice feedback. But I think this might be the right time, because as I answer to the Senator Duana's the question. Guam's future in terms of tourism, we have to expand out of the Tumon. Without that, there's a reason that I'm saying that, because there's one very successful hotel that contains all the resort and all the fun things that they have. When I had a meeting with the CEO of the largest tour company, Hana Tour, she became a CEO. She asked her daughter, "Hey daughter, let's go back to Guam." And then daughter said, "What for?" Because their experience was limited in Tumon, and they cannot justify coming back. That's why we have to spread out our footprints.
Mr. Ho, I just think that there's no question with your business acumen, with the market conditions, with everything else. I can't think of a better guy, and you certainly have my support. I know that sometimes there's the term conflict of interest. I also believe in a term of harmony of interest. You need your competitors to succeed as well for your business to succeed.
Absolutely.
You cannot just operate with one empire. Everybody around you has to be successful, and I think you're that kind of gentleman.
Thank you. Thank you. Just short answer. I happened to have a meeting with my general manager. He mentioned that our average daily rate is by far lower than 2019. So he's doing a good job. My point is, if the other hotels are not successful, then he cannot raise his rate. So we need to focus on making the pie bigger so everybody will appreciate the opportunity. And then more than that, the number standpoint, one of the reasons that Guam resident can enjoy many different choices of cuisine and from different restaurants because of the tourists. So in a way, the Guam residents are also a beneficiary from the tourism because they can justify opening different restaurants. So the more we can bring, different tastes that we can enjoy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ho. We wish you all success.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you, Mr. Ho, again, for wanting to continue to play a big role, of course, in our tourism recovery, and we wish, of course, the industry much success in anything that we can do. As also chair of the Committee on Tourism. We look forward to that. I mean, you know, I know the numbers are tough at this point, but with collective minds and thoughts, we can endure this as well. You know, Mrs. Crow was saying earlier about the situation, about the humbleness in which you started a small family business, and I remember that way back then, because I ran for a school board back then when they had 4 districts, and I remember running into you, and I asked, I said, "Can I put one of my signs in front of your store?" And you allowed me to do that. I got elected, but we got eliminated from the board because it was inorganic at the time. But you know, I think the question I should have asked at the time, rather than asking to put a sign, is because I forgot to read my what do you call that? My future at that time, a crystal ball at that morning, right? I guess I should have asked. I guess I should have asked you for a job at the time. But anyway, again, you got my support, and we, of course, the committee will work on expediting, of course, the committee report. Before I excuse, of course, the panel and stuff and our colleagues here, I just want to make an announcement, because this is sad news that we just received. Okay, colleagues and panel here. Okay, as reported by the Guam PDN, today we mourn the tragic loss of Army Specialist Dante Gogo TAITANO, a proud son of Guam, who was among 4 U.S. soldiers found deceased in Lithuania. TAITANO's dedication and service to our nation exemplifies the highest values of courage and commitment. His passing is a profound loss to our island, the community, and the entire nation. On behalf of the 38th Guam Legislature, at this time, I call upon the residents of Guam to join me in observing a moment of silence. Let us reflect on his contributions and the ultimate sacrifice he made in the line of duty. May we find strength and unity, and remember and honor, of course, Army Specialist Dante Gogo TAITANO. So if we can stand for a moment and have a moment of silence. Thank you very much. Thank you. And Mr. Ho, thank you again. We're going to take just a very quick recess to, again, clear the panel here. And then we'll ask, of course, the next appointments are for Mr. Mark B.C. MENDIOLA and Ms. Conchita S.N. TAITANO, members of the Port Authority Board of Directors.